Down where the cypress meets the sky, where the Spanish moss hangs low, the gators drift through black water streams where only the old folks go. Every trail tells a whispered tale, every breeze carries a name of a giant shape in the palm meadows that vanishes just the same. He's the shadow of the cypress, the ghost of the Everglades, walking where the moonlight dances through the sawgrass and the shades. Some call him legend, some call him myth, but the swamp still keeps his claim. If you listen when the night grows still, you'll hear the skunk ape's name. Boot prints deep in the muddy ground, too big for any man. A distant howl through the pines at dusk, no one can understand. Hunters stop and the crickets hush, even the owls grow still. Something ancient is watching back from beyond the cypress hill. He's the shadow of the cypress, the ghost of the Everglades, walking where the moonlight dances through the sawgrass and the shades. Some call him legend, some call him myth, but the swamp still keeps his claim. If you listen when the night grows still, you'll hear the skunk ape's name. Maybe he's the last of a forgotten time, maybe he's just passing through. Garden secrets a swamp won't tell, hidden from me and you. No photograph can hold the truth, no headline ends the chase. The mystery lives in every trail and every wild forgotten place. He's a shadow of the cypress, the spirit of the southern wild, older than the roads we travel, untamed since nature's smile. So raise a light and walk with care, respect the ancient game, where somewhere deep in Florida's heart still walks the skunk ape's name.
What's happening?
Yep. Trying to get Frank on here. Hey,
What's going on, buddy?
hey, what's up, Frank? How you doing, buddy? How was your week?
I was hunting there for a few days. Been down in my back the last couple of days. I've been laying on a big pallet of ice and them little electric shock things. But other than that, it's been good. What about you?
Oh yeah, the TENS device.
Yeah, that. I got about 4 of them on me right now.
A lot of lag.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of lag in. And just so everybody knows who's watching the show, we are having some technical difficulties, but it either StreamYard or it's weather related. So, but the show must go on because I've been wanting our guest to be on for a while now, so I'm looking forward to having him on. My week's been great, very busy. Doing a lot of things and stuff like that. So if anybody saw the intro at the beginning, kind of playing with that new intro stuff like that. I do own the rights to that song. It's my song, so I don't want anybody, don't on that. That's mine. But other than that, work's busy and doing my thing, and my dog is doing 100%, 1,000% better. We went like on a friggin' 2-mile today, and he enjoyed himself. Yeah, he's doing real good. I think I wore him out, and that's what I really wanted to do.
Right.
So,
Yeah, my little one keeps jumping through the fence, so
But
I got to put some
all right.
plastic
Yeah, I'm
gates
seeing
in.
who's in the chat room. Oh yeah, that's a pain in the butt. Yeah, we definitely got some lag on your end. I think it's StreamYard because the signal's really, really good. So, but
Yeah, I mean, I unplugged everything.
entering the unknown is, and that's Adam Pierce. He's in the chat room. Yeah, this just started because I had no lag from you whatsoever, none. So,
okay. Are you getting storms?
There's Icebox. He's in the chat room. So, good to see him. I haven't looked outside, and yeah, I have this window blocked off because I work nights. So,
well, it's that time of year.
I have it blocked off.
Florida,
so there's no sunlight, so I can't see out of it.
Did I get to show you that?
The time we've been having the storms, so we'll power through it. So anyway, I want to get our guest. Todd is. I mean, he was on the show. He was episode 2. If anybody wants to go back and watch that episode, he was episode 2. He was our second guest, probably our second or third week doing podcast, and fantastic show. A lot of information. This man's he's been around a long time, and I would consider him, if I were to create a list today of the current, horsemen, like they had back in the 70s of Bigfoot researchers, Todd would definitely be on the top of that list. It'd be hard pressed to find, because there's some names I would throw in there, but it'd be hard pressed for me to find a fourth one. So right now, there's 3 that I consider the best out there. But anyways, he's full of information. It's just amazing. I kid him all the time about he needs to write a book, but he says it would be like 7 volumes if he wrote a book at this point because he's amazing. So, but I've been, especially recently with a lot of the stuff going on that we've been discussing, and especially I'm a co-host of Icebox show to bring up certain topics and stuff like that, and it just kept
you going
in the back of my mind thinking, I need to pick Todd's brain and stuff like that. So we're gonna, have him back and bring up some particular subjects. Now we are not going to get into Todd's experience sighting a Bigfoot, because if y'all want to see that, the first show that we had, which episode, because I really want to get into other topics and stuff like that, but Todd is a military veteran, just like myself and just like Frank, and his integrity is bar none, and so. Hey, Todd, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me back. It's an honor.
Can you hear us?
I can.
Yeah, he sounds good.
No, I appreciate you. I'm so glad you. Yeah, we just got a lag. There's a little bit of a lag between me and you talking, so I don't know.
I get that.
We'll work through it. We'll power through it. So the one of the first questions I want to ask you, Todd, is you used to do your own invitation only conference, and but I'm under understanding that you've finalized that you're not gonna after like 18 years you're not gonna do that anymore.
Yeah, that's correct. I had this kind of brainchild vision back in 2008, back when I was living in Oregon, and I was thinking to myself, what would it be like to get all the people that I've met, many very, famous people that have been pioneers in research, and experience well beyond my own, to get them all in the same room at the same time. Just how amazing that would be. What a a brain trust of information. Literally, if you put them together, would be hundreds of years of data. And then where I was at and looking around, which was at a friend's house who had some acreage, I just took it up a notch and said, I know it would be better than that. What if I can get all these people, who I considered friends, and they me, together around a campfire in a real rural setting, camping, and with a adult beverage in their hands, and really get to know each other. And that was really the genesis of what became Beachfoot. It was obviously a play on words, because obviously Bigfoot, and the fact that we held this event along the Oregon coast, hence Beachfoot. But what was supposed to be a one and done really turned into it took on a life of its own, and people insisted that we do it again and again and again. And dear Lord, here we are 18 years later. It was about a year ago that we had the 18th grand finale, if you will. Unlike, just so your listeners understand this was not a conference in the sense of what most Bigfoot Sasquatch conferences are. This was more of a private retreat for Bigfoot researchers. In other words, it was invitation only. I capped it at 100 people, and there was no media, there were no vendors, there was no paid admission, and frankly, I lost my ass. But that wasn't what it was about. It was just about getting together researchers who, in many cases, didn't have the opportunity to really get to know each other. They only knew each other through the media, or social media mainly, and so it really evolved into something that I really had hoped it would be. And be that as it may, like I say, it took on a life of its own. But now I have relocated to the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas, and for the last 2 years, I've been flying back to Oregon to put together what was a nonprofit. So now we had a nonprofit plus airfare and travel and rental cars and all. It just became kind of a logistical nightmare for me. So I decided, you know what? I gave birth to this event in 2008. Now they've turned 18. It's like kind of having a kid, it's like time to, the empty nester syndrome. Just, you got to go and do your own thing. And actually, I'm actually been very humbled by the fact that people have been carrying it on in my absence. So, but yeah, it was we had people come, really everybody who's anybody in the Bigfoot world had been there at any given time, many of them being repeat guests, Peter Byrne, Ron Moorhead, Bob Gimlin, Dr. John Bindernagel. I could go on and on. Cliff, Bobo, you name it. And but we had people come from not just around the United States and Canada, but also England several times, Moscow, Russia, Australia, New Zealand, and all at their own expense. This is what really kind of set this apart. I had the only conference, if you want to call it that, where all these headliners all these people who got paid to speak, actually paid to be there because they knew what it was about. It wasn't about making money. It was about getting to know one another and sharing and networking and everything runs its course. And it was a great event. And like I said, I've heard through the grapevine that it's kind of going on in my absence, but I'm trying to reestablish myself over here in Arkansas, up here in the Ozarks, and I actually put on a little conference here May 1st and 2nd in nearby Jasper, which brought about, a couple hundred people. But there'll never be another Beachfoot.
Yeah. Well, how do you like it there where you're at now?
Right.
It was culture shock. Trust me.
Right.
Nobody, the 5 to 6 foot long snakes, half of which can kill you, giant spiders and
They don't have
armadillos and oh dear God. I mean, the air can kill you, the plants can kill you. It's like nobody told me that. My radar went from like about 10 feet out, being in the military, you guys know, to about 30 feet out. Now I'm over my lawn, I'm looking like way out in front of me. But no, actually, there were a couple things other than that concerned me. Living in the Pacific Northwest, you're kind of in the
Mecca there.
Prime ground, ground zero for Bigfoot. And I had research everywhere from Northern California to Alaska, and several interior states, all the way out to Florida, for that matter. Never in Arkansas though. And I thought, if you put a couple states on the map, if you ask me, name a couple states where you don't think Bigfoot exists, I'm thinking Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arkansas. So I actually got my butt handed to me, because when I got here, that was one of the first things I looked into. And just going through one database, I found 19 sightings within 40 miles, and not just sightings. Okay, we're not just talking pins in a map, but I'm talking officially reported sightings that were officially investigated sightings, which that's about 1 in 10. And but 19 within 40 miles of my ranch here up near Jasper, Arkansas. Yeah. So that got me kind of excited, and of course I've got these magnetic signs on the side of my truck that the logo for my the American Primate Conservancy, and it's got a picture of a Bigfoot standing behind the human and with its hand on the human's shoulder, and that in and of itself has brought me probably 30 plus people just coming up to me going, hey, those things are real. But really, what really got me was that the names they have for them around here. Now, I've got books. I could show you my bookshelf. I'm looking at over here. I've got hundreds and hundreds of books on, not just Bigfoot. I get into animal behavior, archaeology, gorillas, primates in general, all kinds of different stuff. But I've got, books on Native American history, where I'd say between Henry Franzoni and the work he did, and trying to think of the other fellow's name. It'll come to me. But anyway, between these two books, there's like over 100 different names, most of them, Native American in origin. And then, of course, a lot of, local names. But I was really surprised at some of the names I found here. To the west of me is a little town of Ponca, and it's got its own little national forest. They've got their own that they call Ponca Peak. And just between me and Ponca, there's another place called Kyle's Landing, and it takes you down. And if you're heading down to Kyle's Landing, I live just above, about 1,500 feet above the Buffalo National River. But down on the river, there's a Boy Scout camp, and they've got one down there they call Smoky Joe. And not far from there, there's a very short hike into what's called Twin Falls. And in the late 70s and mid 80s, there were reports of Bigfoot actually, almost bathing or showering under those falls. when people went out to look at them. But the one that really got me, honestly, was as I, met people and kind of got established around here, was a term that I just didn't expect because it was so nonchalant. It's the wild folks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the wild folks? They go, yeah, there's there's a lot of little hamlets around here. They're like less than 200 people up here in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And to them, it's like, you don't have to say Bigfoot. You don't have to say Sasquatch. You say, anybody heard anything or see anything about the wild folks? And they know exactly what you're talking about. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, old Floyd seen one up there in such and such hollow about 3 weeks or so back. And, you got us normal folks, and then you got them wild folks. It's like you're talking about a cow or a dog. I mean, it's no big deal. So to answer your question, I'm fitting right in here, and I'm really enjoying it.
Well, the reason I just got done reading a book about Arkansas encounters, and it was dating back. I guess it goes back to some of them early 1900s. Like just going through, and I don't know how true it is, but it's been there for a while, and but it's a lot. I think it was like Route 70. There's so many reportings on that. They call them so many different things. But when I was looking at a lot of places that you researched, like I was shocked about Oklahoma. I didn't realize Oklahoma had, I guess it's southeast Oklahoma. Like when I think of Oklahoma, I think of like cattle farms and cowboys, or you know what I mean? Like, but when I learned about Oklahoma, the southeast side of it, apparently it's a really big hot spot. And, so a lot of the places that you've been there kind of in the Midwest is, some of the places that I thought about trying to go and just camp out and stuff. And,
well, yeah, I mean, south, well, let's just say the east side of Oklahoma and Texas, especially northeast Texas and southeast Oklahoma along the Red River. Specifically, there seems to be a whole lot of. In fact, I went on an outing, if you want, an expedition, whatever. I spent 4 days along the Red River, just across from Texas, on the north side of the Red River in Oklahoma, in an area called Brown Springs, with a fellow that went by the name of Tex, and we had some other guys there. And but yeah, there seems to be some down there, and then you get into the Ouachitas in eastern Oklahoma, or excuse me, eastern Arkansas, on that border there with Texas and Oklahoma. Of course, there's Fouke, which is quite a ways south of here, where the Boggy Creek monster.
Well, you mentioned the one calling Smoking Joe. That I guess he was like a big. I think they called him Smoking Joe Crabtree or something like that. Or
I knew him.
Yeah, and he was a big time researcher in that sort of.
Sure. He was actually in the movie, I believe, when it came out, the documentary.
Yeah, I remember reading about him and stuff, and then I learned about him being in the movie. I never watched it until probably a couple of years ago. But.
Yeah, I knew Smokey, and I've met his son as well, and they're very genuine folks. And that area down there is going on, but where I'm at, for instance, I was pulling into a grocery store, and I had my signs on my truck, and as I'm pulling into a slot, a guy's backing out of his slot. He got his groceries, was heading home. And all of a sudden, he threw it back into drive and came screeching back into the slot next to me. And I'm like, I thought he was leaving. So I get out and I walk around, and he's obviously looking at the signs on my truck, and he's pointing. He goes, "Those things are real." like I needed him to tell me that, but I go, yeah, I said, I know. Yeah, I know. And he goes, I've seen him twice. I said, well, you mind telling me about it? So he shut off his engine and we sat there and talked. He's seen him twice. He said, now he lives in a place probably as a crow flies about 15 miles from my place, just east of here, called Vendor. He said, I live out by Vendor and I've seen him twice. He said, the first time was pretty cool. The second time scared the hell out of me. And I go, well, go, let's talk. So he says, that first time, he said, I got a couple acres back there in Vendor. And he said, it was like 1:32 a.m. My security light came on just outside my bedroom where I've got a deck. And he says, it woke me up. And so I went out there with a flashlight. Now, anybody's making stuff up, trying to punk you or whatever, they're not going to say 1:32. They're going to say one. They're going to say 1:30. Not 1:32, but that, it was that, that detailed. And he said, I got out there and I started shining my flashlight around, see what set off my security light. And he says, I focused it down on these blackberry brambles just down the hill. And he said, there was one down there eating blackberries. He said, it turned and looked at me and looked kind of annoyed and then turned around and just walked off back into the woods, which is pretty atypical of their behavior.
Yeah.
He said, but the second one, he said, that one scared me. I said, well, what happened there? And he said, well, I went on a hike up so there's an area not far from where I'm at called the Grand Canyon of the Arkansas. It's the largest altitude difference from one point to the other in a short area. They call it the Arkansas Grand Canyon anyway. So I was hiking up the Grand Canyon along this creek. There's a trail that went along the creek. I parked my truck, got out, and started walking up the creek. So I got about 200 yards up the trail, and I heard something. And I looked up, and here's one of these sons of bitches with a watermelon-sized boulder holding it over its head, looking at me.
Yes.
Yeah. And he said, I turned around and just started running for all I could. He said, my truck was only like 200 yards away, but he said, I kept going for like a quarter of a mile maybe. And he said, it took me about 45 minutes before I got enough courage to even get back to my truck. But he said, that one scared the something like, and I told him, I said, well, you know where it's at? And he, oh yeah. And I said, well, you would take me back in there? And he said, yeah, but not without a gun. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good with that, but I did a townhouse, if you will. I was talking to a guy that owns a restaurant and bar called JJ's Buffalo Bar and Grill. And I put on I said, I can put on a little town hall for free. I get paid to talk around the country and been doing it for a long time, but I put on a thing here. And he's like, well, how many people are you thinking I'm bringing? And I said, I looked around, I go, more than what you can handle. He goes, well, we got that outdoor area. So they actually have a stage outdoor. And we actually were filming a documentary at the time here in the Ozarks. So I timed it to where myself and the documentary team could come up. You might know Jason Kenzie, Searching for Sasquatch, little series he does. But anyway, so we all got up there and on a Thursday night when you'd have probably anywhere from 8 to 15 people, we had 75 people show up with really no media, no advertising at all. There was like 70, just word of mouth. We had like 75 people show up. So there's a lot going around here. I'm just letting you know. And I have no regrets coming up here. There's so many caves I can't believe how many caves there are around here, and they probably only found half of them.
Yeah, I've read a
And the
lot
native,
in your area, like just in that.
well, the Native Americans, they got what they call bluff dwellings around here, where the Osage and Cherokee and other tribes, there were 5 tribes that came through here. There's these overhangs they call bluff dwellings, which may or may not have a cave behind it, but everything around here is sandstone, and so it's very.
But a lot of camp under that stuff, you know.
A lot of what?
They do a lot of like where the rocks hang out, you know, and it looks like there's going to be a cave. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. But there,
Yeah, it's like, well, a lot of people used to, you know, we used to use
it's a shelter.
Yeah, for sure. And so, I mean, they got to be around that area because I've been reading the Albert Otzman where he got kidnapped, and they was talking about, you know, how it
Right.
walked so far up in
Right,
there.
Osman, yeah.
Yeah, hidden cave that probably nobody ever knew about.
Well, yeah, and you can imagine if the Native Americans, and we're going back like 3,000 years here, at least with the Osage, there's one. There were several benefits other than just shelter. It just as a protective measure. It was very defensible, right? Because you've got the high ground and you can see anything coming your way. There's usually a water source right there,
Exactly.
and if there is a cave, they can store food in them because you get back in a cave, it might be 5 below zero outside, but in that cave it's going to be 55 degrees. It may be 110 degrees outside. In that cave, it's 55 degrees, and it was not only just for comfort for the tribes, but it also helped out in food storage because food would be preserved, kind of semi-refrigerated, if you will. There's a canyon up here that I take visitors to all the time called Lost Valley. And you go back up in there, and there's one of these. There's several caves and some amazing waterfalls, but there is a cliff dwelling there they call Cobb Cave. I swear to God, you could fit 2 semi trucks. And when I say semi trucks, I'm not just talking about the tractor. I'm talking a trailer too, 53-foot trailer. You could fit like 2 of them end to end underneath this cliff. It's immense. And it's called Cobb Cave because back in the 30s, they discovered 2 corn cobs back in the cave that were very well preserved. The kernels were off of them, but they're going like, let's get these things because they found other artifacts, but they said let's do some carbon dating on these corn cobs, and they found that these corn cobs were they carbon dated to like 3,000 years. They said, if that corn cob was sitting out in the sun, out in the open,
right,
it would have turned to dust within 2 years.
Yeah.
And because it was back in this cave behind the bluff shelter. So it just, my point is, it makes sense that any primitive human, and I do believe Bigfoot is the species are of the Homo genus, that they would utilize the same sort of. It just makes sense, right? You'd use caves for shelter, protection, all that.
Yeah, I think they're.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. Because that's one of the biggest questions we all run into is, how come we don't find a body, or how come we didn't find that? Especially here in Florida, we don't have caves like that. Maybe up in the Panhandle, but not South Florida or Central Florida. It's too sandy. We don't even have basements because if you dig, it just collapses. But areas like that, I think, is the highest likelihood of finding something. As far as if you were looking for bones, those, you got to find that cave that hasn't been found yet, probably. But that's how they found Gigantopithecus, which I'm not saying Bigfoot's that at all, but that's how they found certain bones and stuff, was in caves and stuff that, like you said, preserves them for a lot longer period of time. So,
yeah,
I think that's the direction to go if you're looking for that.
there's really a couple different ways that bones can be preserved. One could be, if there are bones, these caves could quite be the key. But out in the open, you forget about it. The other is fossilization, and the elements, the environment, the conditions required to fossilize anything. North America doesn't have a whole lot of fossils unless you go way back to like Jurassic periods. But not as a cop out, but I would say this, as it comes to, let's say, you or I, if just to make it, real, if I were to go out here and have a heart attack in the woods and fall down and die, whatever, okay, it would take less than probably 2 to 3 weeks for me to completely disappear. And I say that because back in about 1990, I was hunting in the same area that I had my sighting 3 years later. I was hunting elk, Roosevelt elk, in the Oregon Coast Range, and I shot a very large cow elk, easily 600 pounds, and it was snowing at the time, which is how I tracked it. And I had come down there by myself. I know, don't hunt alone, but I did because it was the last week of the season. And I just got out and went in there. I didn't live too far away, but I had come downhill into this valley and found this elk and shot it. And then I was in a 2-wheel drive pickup, and it started snowing really, really hard. I mean, almost whiteout conditions as I'm trying to do a traditional, field dressing on this elk. And I got a little concerned about whether or not I was going to be able to get out of there, because it's now went from like 1 inch to 4 inches, and I knew I was just going to get deeper. And I also knew I had to go up in elevation, so it could be easily over a foot before I got out of there back home. So instead of a traditional field dressing, I kind of did a non-traditional field expedient butchering. I took the hindquarters and the shoulders and the backstrap, and I left literally more than 60% of that animal there. So I left almost an entire carcass, pretty much all the hide, the head, everything. I probably left behind a good 500. I maybe pulled out, 100 pounds of food off of a 600-pound animal. So there's still 500 pounds of animal I left behind because, again, I was concerned about getting out of there. I went back there, and literally 3 weeks from that time, I went back to the exact spot, and I knew it was that spot because I'd marked it with some flagging tape, and I got right back there. You could not tell that 500-pound carcass was ever there within 3 weeks. So, like I say, nature's a very efficient recycler between everything from parasites to maggots to bacteria, weather, predators, scavengers, insects, you name it. It doesn't take long for a body to disappear.
Well, I can't remember the name of what it is, but I know people donate their bodies to science, and they have that place.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's called the Body Farm, Bone Heart.
Yeah, and it showed deer eating them, the bones and all that stuff, and it's like, like you said, it don't take long. And even when I worked in the coal mines, we'd be 2 or 3 miles underneath this mountain, and what we called kettle bottoms at the top, it'd be, like old trees that had fossilized.
Yeah.
My dad, he found seashells in the top.
Yeah.
And then we found, you would find fish bones that were, fossilized in the tree or whatever, or they just, however it happened. And you find snakes curled up that had fossilized. It was pretty neat. But, like you said earlier, I think a lot of them are in some of these caves deep back and far back in some of these abandoned mines, like in Kentucky and Tennessee and West Virginia, because there are a lot of them. It's like you said, in the summertime, it's a place where you can go in and cool off. In the wintertime, you can go in there and warm up because it stays about 60, 65 all year round in some of them places, in the mines.
Sure.
And it'd be the perfect place, you know?
Yeah, but like again, fossilization usually it takes some very precise conditions, and generally happens in many cases due to catastrophe, which is why you'll find fossil beds.
Right.
Because all these animals, like in Central Oregon, we have the John Day fossil beds. You'll find a whole lot of animals in one spot, and it's usually a low spot that because of a flood or something or fire or whatever that took them all out at the same time. But the conditions for fossilization, say that 3 times fast, is very, very particular. But yeah, even where I'm at now, I'm at 2,210 foot elevation. I'm at one of the highest spots in the South Boston range of the Ozark Mountains, and they find fish fossils around here.
Yeah.
Because they say at one time that this was all, of course, time being millions of years ago, was a shallow ocean before it receded back into the Gulf of Mexico. And so it's not unusual to find fish fossils up here. But again, it takes special conditions to find fossils. Now, if people want to say, well, I'm not talking fossils, I'm just talking live animal dies, you should be able to find it. We find deer bones, we antlers, we get deer, deer sheds, and yeah, okay. But it really comes down to a couple of things. Like I said, I've already mentioned how efficient scavengers, predators, and bacteria, insects, weather, and everything else can play a role in fact, you can go to YouTube and Fish and Wildlife will actually put a carcass down in front of a camera and put it on time lapse, and you can sit there and watch a deer like dissolve in less than 2 weeks. Dissolve.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost looks like it's melting, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
But the other thing is odds. We got to talk about numbers. Okay. In Oregon, we have they estimate about 4,600 cougar, mountain lion. Okay. Of all the people I've known, and I spent over 60 years in Oregon, all the people I've known, less than 1% have even ever seen a cougar. I've spent a lot of time in the woods. I camp, hunt, fish, hike, mountain climb. I've seen 2 cougar in my life. One was in Oregon, and it was just the back end of it. But I saw that 4-foot tail going behind it. The other was in Northern California, down actually very near Bluff Creek, where the Patterson Gimlin film was filmed. I had one jump out the road and run down the road ahead of me for maybe 100 yards before it finally bailed off. But anyway, so when you talk about numbers, we really get into the odds game, right? Okay, so you want one card out of a deck, it's 1 out of 52, right? Well, let's say in Oregon we got 4,600 cougar, we've got over 6,000 North American black bear. Very few people see bear, but some people do, and I've saw 5 in 1 year up on Mount Hood where I used to live. But let's say there's one Bigfoot for every 1,000 bears. Now you don't have very many. You got what, 60? Mm-hmm. 60 Bigfoot in the state of Oregon, 60 Bigfoot. Take a look at the Oregon Coast Range, which starts at Cape Mendocino, California, and goes all the way into the Olympic National Park of Washington. Look at the Cascades, which starts at Mount Lassen in California and goes all the way into British Columbia. You're talking of millions of square miles. You take 20, 30, 50, 1,000 of any species, I don't care what they are, and you spread them out over just those 2 mountain ranges. We don't even talk about the Blue Range. And let me put it this way. You look at that football field, it's 100 yards by 50 yards, right? So let's just pretend that's 100 miles it's a 10 miles by 5 miles. We'll just keep it simple. 10 miles by 5 miles. That's what, 150 square miles, right? Now I'll give you 100, because people are going to go, oh, there's game cameras all over the place. They've got every animal you ever want to see on a game camera. Okay, fine. I'll give you 100 dimes. Okay, I'll give you 100 dimes. Now just to keep it in perspective, that football field is no longer 50 by 100 yards. It's 5 miles by 10 miles. It's 150 square miles. Each dime you put out there in that football field represents about we'll say, since most motion cameras will pick up out to 50 to 70 feet from the detection zone, we'll say 100 feet. So that gives you about a 200 foot. So that dime represents that little circle, and that's provided you've got some of these stealth 360 cameras like I do that will take shots in every direction and not just a wedge shape. Okay, not just maybe 80 degrees, but I'm talking 360 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple of them out here on my ranch. And let's say that these dimes represent 200 feet, so 100 feet in every direction. So, okay, now I'll give you 100 dimes and tell you to walk out on that football field and place those dimes anywhere you want. You can put them all along the goal line. You can put them all on the 50. You can put them horizontally, vertically. You can stack them in any way. You can spread them out evenly. What you're suggesting is that an animal, especially not tens of thousands like we have deer here, but maybe a couple hundred of a species, you're expecting, no matter how you lay all those dimes out, 100 dimes out there on that field, you're expecting one of those 200 or 300 beings have to virtually step in that circle that dime's covering.
Yeah, because they're only covering maybe 50 acres of the whole 150 miles.
My point being is about odds, and people need to be realistic about that. There's not a let's of these things. Let's say we have 2,000 of them across North America, that's nothing. When you really look at all the places they can be, and I'll tell you the places they're going to be are going to be where we're not, and as we encroach into their territory, they just recede back further and further into areas that there's no reason for us to go. It's not practical for us to go, even to hunt. There's places I've looked at where I know there's elk down there. I'm not going to go down there and shoot a 900-pound, 1,000-pound elk, because I'm going to be 3 days packing it out of there. It's not worth it. It just really isn't worth it, and that's where they're at. That's where they're at. And so, the circumstances where they actually get caught, if you will, are few and far between. When people say for every deer you've seen, 1,000 deer have seen you. It probably holds true in this case as well. They're very curious about us, and in those very, 1 out of 1,000 times that somebody sees one, they've been watching us. They're very curious. They want us. We would be the same way if there was some advanced race, some advanced form of even alien that took over areas where we used to be. We would recede back away from that out of fear and out of caution. But after a while, you're going to want to work your way over there and kind of see what they're up to and how they're doing things. And so, and I would venture to guess it's probably adolescents that are the ones that get caught. I think, I think, when mom and dad say, whatever you don't do this, that's what we do. We did, right? I mean, when
Or
we
do
were
you think
teenagers, right?
do you think they're more human nature or more animal nature?
Well, that's a
Well, that's
loaded
what I wanted to
question
get into
because
was because you kind of touched on it earlier.
And the reason I
About
ask,
you were starting to say hominid and stuff. Let's get into that. What you think it is,
well,
and
because
stuff like that.
okay, well, for starters, humans are animals,
hmm
and we are also primates. A lot of people don't know that. There is a hierarchy when you go through, biology 101, whether it's plants, microorganisms, or animals. If you go just along that animal branch, there are 9 or more different steps you have to get to be human. And part of that is, well, right off the bat, when you get to what they call kingdom, we are in the animal kingdom. So are they more animal or human? Well, we're animals. So that kind of, are they more primate or human? Well, that's not fair because to become human, you have to have passed through that primate, check. Hominid versus hominin is where it gets a little sticky. So
hmm
hominids, when we look at hominids, which hominids and hominins all fall within a category of hominidae. So hominids are going to be your great apes, your orangutans, your chimpanzees, old world monkeys, new world monkeys, going back to even like tacers and whatnot. And then hominin, there had to be a distinction between hominid and hominin. Hominin brings you into a whole new class of human, and human, or being in the Homo genus. I don't want to get too technical, but you have the genus and species. In other words, we are Homo sapien, which we consider
Right. It's
modern human. Modern
right.
human. Okay,
Right.
modern human. But there were 13 iterations of the Homo species, the Homo genus,
hmm
from Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo Neanderthal, Homo heidelbergensis, and right on up to, we are considered supposedly sapient or sapient, meaning having more knowledge than the other variations or iterations before us. So where do I think Bigfoot and Sasquatch fall into? Based just on physiology, and physiology really defines everything from, like, when you go back to things like phylum, which is above kingdom. You get to phylum and you get into chordata, which talks about an animal having a spinal cord, or a spine, or a spinal cord, and work your way back, on up to primate and whatnot. So just out of physiology, which is what really seems to define the progression of evolution. What's interesting to note is, out of 13, well, now 14, as of December 2024, we have found our 14th. They're still finding
Right.
new hominid. We're still finding new humans, if you will, of the Homo species. We can't just think of humans as modern humans, Homo sapien, because, like I say, there were a lot of iterations, but the first 6 iterations of the Homo species were quadrupedal.
Right.
In other words, they could not walk upright,
Yeah.
and it's important. And that's not to say there weren't some hominids that didn't. Some of the Pithecines, we know, Australopithecines,
hmm
did walk upright. But when you look at the percentage of hominids that walked upright, probably 5% versus hominids, which is about 75%, the physiological structure, the skeletal and muscular structure needed to go from being bent over, quadriplegic, walking on fours versus being able to stand up, which had some great evolutionary advantages, not only in observation, both offensively, defensively. Defensively, I can see a tiger coming at me from a distance, where if I was down in the grass, I couldn't. Or I can see some antelope that I can go harvest, but also in locomotion and speed. And so the thing is that it took 6 out of at least the initial 13, including Homo sapien, to learn how to walk upright. We have an animal here, we have a species here that walks upright and does so as its main means of locomotion. So that, to me, clearly puts them into the Homo genus.
Well, you was talking about the one in Australia. Like, I was reading about that one in New Zealand, and their variation in size. A lot of the ones that, they wasn't as tall as us. They were small.
No, that's true. And what's interesting, I'm glad you brought that up, because there was Homo rudolfensis found in 2083, and then in 2021 we came into the what we call the hobbits, the Homo florensis, found in Indonesia on the island of Flores. And this, when they found the first one, this was literally, what, we're talking 15 years ago? They found Homo florensis, and they thought, well, this must have been a young one. And over time, when they looked around on the island and did a little more digging, they found another dozen or so, and they realized that these creatures were 4 feet tall at full maturity.
Right.
Okay. And hence they got the word, the nickname hobbits, but the most recent one, and I need to look it up, so bear with me, but was found in 2000, excuse me just a moment. It was found in December of 2024 in China. You're talking a year and a half ago? Wait, am I doing that right? Yeah. So like a year and a half ago, they found this other one, and I'm trying to find it here.
But they found a new species of gorilla too, didn't they?
They found a species in China, and interestingly enough, and this is where size matters, if you will. Interestingly enough, they said the head, the cranium, the cc's as they measure brains, they said that this one they found in China had a larger head than both Homo sapien as well as Neanderthal. And it was, I'm trying to look for it here, bear with me. I didn't have my computer on when we started, but anyway, it had a larger brain capacity than even Neanderthal, which had a larger brain capacity than us, which brings in the question of people want to talk about intelligence. Well, what makes intelligence, right?
Right.
So you would think bigger the brain, the smarter. Well, yes and no. Intelligence, by current definition, is measured in IQ, the IQ test, the intelligent quotient test. And the test today, the IQ test today, would have you at, anywhere at 90 to 120, anything over that's genius, whatever. But it's all based on academics. It's all based on mathematics and calculus and reasoning. Right. So why would more ancient humans or hominins have larger brain capacity? Because I would suggest they needed more brain capacity to live
Right.
a feral life, to live in the wild.
Yeah.
Think about that. All the stuff you
Behaved
have.
in a different way
Well,
than us.
let me give you the counter side of that. What do we have today? Oh no.
Politicians.
You gone. No, it's crazy because
Hey, if you can hear us, Todd, you froze up. If you can hear us, Todd, you froze up. Go out and come back in. Just go ahead and leave completely and then come back in and see if that fixes it, because you are completely froze up. You look good, Frank. You're coming in real clear. How am I coming in?
you're coming in clear.
That's why the only reason I've been quiet and stuff is because there's a lot of glitching coming from Todd's side. And
Well, I know.
let me
I feel like
message him.
sometimes
I don't know if he can see or hear us.
Right. Well, he said, "Oh no," and I thought I heard a phone vibrate, so or something. So it may have disconnected him when he got on the computer.
Oh, there he
But
goes.
going
He's
back
out.
But going back to what he was saying, like think about the knowledge that they have to have that only few of us really try to entertain, with knowing all the plants and animals and cycles and stuff it takes to live in the wild that humans don't normally do.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I get that we're smart and we build houses and we could do it if we needed to, but like their knowledge, that's like I said, that's the whole reason I got into tracking and trying to learn plants and animals, because their mind and their smarts is so much beyond ours in that field, because we went a different direction. We went more technology. We went more.
I think. Excuse me. Like I said, I tell everybody when you first go in the woods, and you're a hunter, you know this.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it takes about an hour to
Yeah.
acculate, to the area, sight and sound, smell, everything. It takes about an hour,
Yep.
and then once you're kind of in tune with what's going on, things get better. I would like that, if it was me, to happen quicker, but I want to
Right.
be able to move faster and be
Well, see,
quiet.
when
That would
we
be a key thing for me, because the animals are
right,
able to do that.
right. Well, see, I watched a deer on a drone the other day, and I couldn't. I mean, I walked from Friday morning to Tuesday. I walked 31 miles, and the I watched a deer on a drone.
That's about
We was
30
just
more than me.
but this thing, the amount of moving it was doing was crazy. And it reminded me, because I'm kind of like you. Like in the Army, we used to do a thing called SEALs, where when you're out walking through the woods, you walk about 15, anywhere between 100 meters, 150 meters, and then you stop and you squat down, you take your hat off, and you breathe. You get accumulated to the sounds. You take everything in. You take the whole area in, and then you'll move again and do the same, and you just get accustomed to it. So it's like,
Yeah, when I was young, I was so much better in the woods because I spent so much time
right.
in the woods as a young kid and teenager and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, because we didn't have the things today, internet and all these games and stuff like
Right.
that. So you
Right.
spent time outdoors. And I remember one time crawling on my belly in the woods,
Mm-hmm.
in this really thick, kind of like what do you call it, scrub oak,
Oh,
and I literally got almost nose to nose to a
okay.
rabbit.
Oh, yeah.
I was able to get that close to him. Like, I mean, literally, we were looking at each other.
Right. Yeah. That's
You know
wild.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that I wish I had that skill again, because of course, you get older, you get into high school. Instead of chasing deer and rabbits, you're chasing skirts. And
Jason
before you know it, I'm in the military and I'm traveling the world. And then I get out and I'm an adult and I'm doing this. So you kind of get away from all that. I stuck with hunting for a long time afterwards, but I never had that weird instinct that I had in the woods when I was a child. You know what I
See,
mean?
where I grew up in Kentucky, it was nothing but mountains every direction for however far, hours. And that's what I mean. My generation was, the internet came in about the time I was in high school, but we didn't have cell phones. Nothing worked. You know what I mean? So that was never a thing. And we was in the mountains every day, all day, or playing ball somewhere. But we was in the woods. And when I moved to Florida, I'm still learning Florida, but it's not the same. And I miss it. I wish I was, I kind of wish sometimes I was back up there doing this, but
it is different because even me leaving here and going up to Georgia or North Carolina, the freedom to walk through the woods was so much easier at those locations than it was here.
Yep.
It's so difficult just to walk through the woods here because it's so thick.
It is.
And again,
Water
it's so
everywhere.
saturated sometimes with water. But
Yep.
I went up to North Carolina, and dude, it was wonderful. I mean, it was beautiful. I mean, it was thick forest, but I'm talking, I can walk freely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same in Georgia when I went there with Johnny and them. It was just, it was that time of year. It was amazing. And those are things you cannot do here. You know what I mean?
But
just
think
can't.
about them. They'd have to go so far in that a lot of us just ain't gonna do. Just to be blunt, unless you got an airboat or something to that nature. I mean, I'm not walking so far out where, you know what I mean? It's hard. Like, I mean, you got to put waders on, and you're like, and it's not only wet, but it's all like sawgrass and all that stuff, and it's all combined. So every time you take a step, you're fighting to get out. It's aggravating. But I got to get more into it in Florida because.
Well, I hope. I'm just going to interrupt because I hope Todd's able to come back in. I've been messaging him. He's not even answering text. So I don't know if it's inclement weather or something like that, and he's lost power, lost internet, or whatever. But I'm just going to tell everybody, I will have him back. I will be. Yeah.
I'm interested in what he says about.
I will have him back, and it might be a power thing because. Because there was the areas I wanted to get into, especially, I think one of the things that was great, and I still do it to this day, and I encourage everybody to go back and watch that episode 2, our very second show on Sasquatch Unredacted. And Todd is able, this is what I like about Todd, is one of the biggest debates in the Bigfoot world is paranormal versus normal. You know what I mean? Right. I'm not saying paranormal is bad. I'm just saying, for lack of a better term, paranormal versus normal. He's able to articulate and explain the normal, but why the paranormal side sees it as paranormal. But it actually has a normal thing to it. You know what I mean? A forensic, a scientific reason that the metaphysical side doesn't see. See what I'm saying? Well, and I really wanted to get in that tonight because, especially when we talk about eye shine or not just eye shine, but projecting eye shine, not just flashlight eye shine, but projecting. Illuminating. He has a great scientific explanation on how it's possible without it being paranormal. And that's what I really wanted to get into. I was just building up to it. But he's full of so much knowledge. He gets onto something, and he's got like a book's worth of information just on that topic. And that's why Todd is amazing. Adam, I don't know why he's messaging you. I don't think he knows how to message. His battery died. Yeah, he must have been on his phone. Tell him to plug it in. Tell him we're waiting on him if he wants to get back.
But
I don't know why he's messaging you. I don't think he understands. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you mentioned North Carolina, like you take the sightings that's around, what is it, Brown Mountain or whatever, where the lights just come out sometimes, and have you ever seen that?
The what?
I think it's called
I think he's
Brown
back.
Mountain.
He's back. Give me okay.
There he is.
I'm bringing him on.
Hey,
Welcome back.
hey, I apologize.
Todd,
Yep.
My battery went out.
I told him I heard a oh no and a vibrating sounds.
no, that's okay. No, it's actually a lot better now too. When you went out and came back in, anyways, that's why I was, I thought once you left, something happened. I had a feeling it would be better when you come back. The one thing I want to get into, so we can move
You're
forward,
glad I left.
because me and you've spoken. I respect. No, you know how much I respect you, and I could sit here all night and pick your mind. So I want to get into very specific areas. I'm also a co-host of another show, and our topic was eye shine and self-illuminating. And when you were on the show a year ago, actually a year and a half ago, that was one of the things we talked about, and you broke it down, and I still reference it to this day. I'll say, guys, go watch this interview with Todd, because he really breaks it down where he explains how it's a natural thing, but it explains why people see it as a paranormal thing, but it has a natural explanation. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So,
and I want you to go back into that and paranormal side, where people understand that there is a lot of logical explanation.
Well, I had illuminating eyes in Tennessee. It's the first time I ever experienced it was in Tennessee this past April, I think, April or March.
Yes, and it's really bizarre, and it's really hard to wrap your head around, because normally if you're going to see eye shine, it's like deer in the headlights with the classic, okay, my headlights hit the deer, they're looking at me, it's reflecting off the retina, and and it even happens in humans, to be quite honest with you. But when it comes to animals that have night vision, and we could run down a whole list of them, but we could just take cats for example. Felines generally have night vision capabilities, so we have a tendency as humans to limit our interest, if you will, as far as visual acuity in terms of dawn to dusk. That's what we can see. Those are our boundaries. We look at sound, for instance, as well. We hear between 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz, but we know dogs can hear from 15 to 30,000 hertz, and so. But we're just concerned about that which affects us, right? So there's this temptation to limit, just out of practicality, interest in what we are personally aware of. But so animals, I'll back it up just a little bit, because this was really an epiphany for me when back in 2021 I was invited to the Omaha reservation. I think we talked about that, Richard, didn't we, a little bit? Or Frank, one of you two, yeah. But yes. So the Omaha, some tribal members I've been dealing with for like 3 years, had kept talking to me just online about, hey, we are having this continuous encounters with these things. In fact, we can even haul them in, and they kept talking about eye shine. Well, there's like 3 red flags, boom, for me, because there's really 2 separate camps. There's the scientific, biological, flesh and blood camp, and then over here you got the paranormal, supernatural woo camp, and they can't be, any further apart, but
Right.
and I consider myself in the former, right? Show me the money, show me any claim that a Bigfoot can fly and shoot flames out its butt, then show me another animal that can fly and shoot flames out its butt, and then we got a starting point. But until you can do that, have a nice day, right? And so I had this file over here, which was my paranormal supernatural. Over here, I had the what I consider the common sense group, and so I looked into, when it comes to these anomalies that we keep hearing from the other side, we'll just call it. There was, it was anecdotal. One or two people, I would say, yeah, okay, have a nice day. But when I hear it from 100 people and maybe more, and a good number of them are friends of mine, I can't just simply dismiss it, and I don't want to just patronize them. And I always believe there's a little truth in every story, right? So you just got to kind of, my train of thought was, well, maybe they're experiencing something, but they're just misinterpreting it and then mislabeling it or whatever. And so, but to each his own. And it's one of those third rails of Bigfooting that you don't want to step on, because you're either in one camp or the other. And the second you stand on that third rail, they'll probably both just divorce your ass. So, but in this particular case, I was invited to come back to the Omaha reservation, again, one of those states that, if you ask me, where Bigfoot wouldn't exist, Nebraska. But I was about to have my ass handed to me, because I went there. I had seen some videos they had taken, and believe me, this eye shine phenomena, this anomaly, if you will, it is very real. I had done some research into it. I had not found, you look at things like bioluminescence, biochemical, physiological, electrochemical, what have you. You can see it in nature in phosphorus, everything from geology to onto fireflies, for instance, or bioluminescent algae. But when you got to raise the bar until you get to mammal, and if you can't find a mammal that can do that, whatever's below that level doesn't matter. Show me a mammal that can make its eyes generate light, or seem to generate light, and I was never able to make that connection. But be that as it may, I went out there and got to meet them, and we went out 5 nights in a row. I flew in on a Saturday, got to meet him on Sunday. We went out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I had to leave on Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. These red flags started to go from red to yellow to green, because this was the eye shine thing. We went out. We wouldn't go out before midnight. This is during COVID, by the way. This is 2021. So we weren't supposed to be out there in the first place. The main village was literally quarantined from night until day.
Now, can I clear something up? Now, we're talking about eye shine, not self-illumination.
Well, so it depends on your perspective. It depends on, so most people, a lot of people, at least on the paranormal side, if you will, said it's self-illumination. And to me, that seemed counterintuitive. If I were, we've all probably, I think, we've all served in the military, right? So you've all used PV, what do you call them? I can't even remember. PVS, PVGs. We've night vision goggles, right? Have you had we've all used night vision in the military. Are you there? Check 2. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we know about night vision? So we know that the mechanically it draws in ambient light, light that in circumstances which would be pitch black to you or I, light just the same, either from zodiac or starlight or lunar light, moon light, or in even under overcast situations, that your PVS 14s or whatever that we wore that was all this grainy green, but we can see things with them that we couldn't see without them. And they were literally pulling in light from starlight to lunar light to whatever. So we discovered, learning from animals really, that the animals that have night vision have a couple things going for them. For instance, so we look at the eyeball, there are rods and cones. Okay, well, the rods bring in colored light. The cones will bring in more definition between dark and light. And we find in animals such as cats that they have more cones, rods rather, than most other animals, right? So that's how they can see at night. But there's another factor, and that's what they call the tapetum lucidum. And that is a crystalline structure that animals with night vision have that coats the back of their, it's between the retina and the optic nerve, and it's crystalline, and that's important to know. It's not just like a shiny convex, or rather concave mirror that would shoot light pretty much bounce in, bounce out, but it's got some crystalline structure to it, to where it causes the light that does come in through the iris, through the pupil, and when it hits that crystalline structure between the optic nerve and the retina, it reflects it in a multitude of directions, and in effect amplifies whatever light's coming in there. That not only gives them night vision, that and the added rods that they have compared to a human, but that entire process being viewed from the other end, say we being looking toward them, it will amplify it enough, not a lot, but enough that we can actually see it physically with no optical, no night vision, no anything. We can see it with our natural eye. And I didn't know that until I saw that personally, not once, but 5 nights in a row. But then, I got on this plane on that Saturday, heading back home, going, okay, smartass, you're going to have to figure this out, because you can't unsee that. And now you know that all these quote unquote paranormal people actually are talking about something they're witnessing, they're seeing. And again, I saw it, and not just once, twice, 3 times, five nights in a row, and not just 1 or 2 individuals, but as many as 3 separate individuals that moved independent of each other, that blinked, that you could see them move forward, back, left, right, completely independent of each other. So I have no doubt what I saw, I had to figure it out. And what was interesting was that when I had gotten back home, it just is kind of ironic, but I was watching, I want to say Discovery Channel. I could be wrong. It could have been sci-fi. It could have been not sci-fi, but it could have been like a History Channel, whatever. But there was a show called Earth at Night. I would suggest, impress upon you or your listeners right now, just look it up. The name of the show, go to YouTube, whatever. The name of the show was called Earth at Night. It was a 3-part series where this camera crew went around the world, hit every continent but Antarctica, and had a lot of money, obviously, and access to camera gear that we'll never be able to afford. But they were filming nocturnal animals. It could be insects, reptiles, amphibians, right on up to mammals. But in the first episode, about halfway through, they were filming a puma, right? This is a South American cousin of the cougar, the mountain lion that we have. And they're filming this puma, and she's taking out an adult mother puma, taking out 4 kittens, which were bigger than most house cats, through the pampas grass and teaching them how to hunt at night. And they're filming them. And the one thing that struck me, and I've been watching this for like about an hour at that point, is that the eye shine, through whatever mechanism they were photographing them, was so intense. It almost washed out the entire head of the animal, the whole face. And I'm like, that's like crazy. And I mean, as far as looking at eye shine at night, I don't know whether they were using infrared or night vision or what have you, but that reflection off that one big puma's eye was just intense. And as soon as I was just acknowledging that to myself, the narrator said the South American puma is one of a handful of large mammals who we are able to see this light amplification with our naked eye, meaning without any camera, without any IR, infrared, FLIR, night vision, nothing, just with the bare naked eye. They said they're pulling that whole transaction, that process of pulling in starlight, moonlight, what have you, which would appear to be dark to us with our own natural vision, was amplified in this process of bouncing off and diffracting off the tapetum lucidum, that they could literally see it with no cameras at all. And at that point I went, bingo. Because if you take an animal the size of say a mountain lion, I would imagine their eyeball is pretty close to about what the size of a human eyeball would be, right? Our heads are pretty close. Now you extrapolate that to a Bigfoot, and you're probably talking about an animal that has an eyeball about the size of a small tangerine.
Right.
That means you have a bigger aperture, that being the iris, which means you have a broader, more open pupil, which means you can pull in more light, just like a camera, an aperture on a camera. You're pulling in more light, and bingo, you got a larger projection screen for that light to come in, reflect off of, bounce around, and cause that effect that in that process you can see it. And so once I saw that, I realized I just hadn't dug deep enough to be able to explain that. In so much to myself. And then I saw that, I went, okay, thank you. I needed that. And it was really like a month after I got back from the Omaha reservation. But that in and of itself led me down a rabbit hole to look at other things, other paranormal anomalies that have always been put into that file, and to see if I couldn't find scientific answers to explain other anomalies that people are seeing. Again, not that they're not experiencing these things like orbs or disappearing and reappearing, or what they call being zapped or mind speak and all that stuff. I thought that maybe I can, open my mind a little bit more and see if I can't find some way to bridge the gap between the scientific camp and the paranormal camp. And
that right there is exactly what I'm talking about when I say, and I'm not against the woo crowd. Matter of fact, I don't even like to use that word. I always use the word metaphysical. Because I do want to show that side a little bit of respect. You know what I mean? But
Sure.
to me, it's one of those things, and we're going to bring this person up later, but one of the greatest comments that was ever made was by Jeff Meldrum, where he said you can't prove an unknown with an unknown, and it made so much sense. And then what you just said, and I say this, I've said it numerous times on the show. I spent a lot of times in the woods, and I've seen strange things, but I can't. It's that, like you said, that bridge. What connects the two? Because Johnny Two Bears made a great comment one time, and he said two rights can exist at the same time, but have nothing to do with each other. So that's where I draw the line. Is if you bring something to me that's paranormal, or out of the ordinary, what is the connection? How did you come to that conclusion, Bigfoot related? See what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking for, is that connection that brings the two together.
And really, I think the real answer lies somewhere in between, because, again, you're talking about individuals who have witnessed something that they can't explain. And so I see how it can be very tempting to just throw it into the paranormal or supernatural file and try to ascribe certain amazing powers to these creatures, which really may not be all that amazing. They may be new to us, but in the long run, you might find there are other examples in nature that would possibly explain what they've seen. We could talk about, we'll take, say, what I found out when I had, at least in my mind, had solved the eye shine thing. It still didn't account for a couple other things, which I still am working on, like this communication issue, because and this habituation situation that they seem to have basically built a relationship with these things. But again, I digress. Going back to things like orbs, the one I really found interesting was the visual issues. For instance, when people say that Bigfoot can appear at randomly appear or disappear, and that all by itself is kind of wonky. But then others will say, well, they'll go another step further. Well, they step through a porthole, or they change their dimension they go into a different frequency and change dimension, or they get sucked up by UFOs. That's where I have an issue with that side of the house. But what if I can explain to you why Bigfoot seems to you, from your perspective, to appear and disappear?
Right.
Okay.
And I've hit that topic, because that's one of my major topics right there, is the disappearing thing. Because here's the thing, when it comes to the paranormal side of it, what bothers me is I think a lot of times these independent researchers want to have an answer for everything. They don't want to openly say, I don't know. And I wish they would break that habit and say, look, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But they don't. Right. They come up with an answer, and it's usually a paranormal answer. And I bring it up all the time, especially with deer. Frank's an avid deer hunter. I was an avid deer hunter. You've hunted, Todd, and we've been there. I was in a tree stand 20 feet up one day, and when you're hunting, you don't move. You don't move. The only thing that moves is your eyes back and forth. That's it. You kind of sit as still as possible, especially when you're 20 feet up in a tree stand. And I remember sitting there one time, and I'm staring forward forever. And then I slightly glanced to my right, and then when I came back to center, there's a deer 10 yards in front of me. And I never saw where it came from. It had to have traveled 20 yards to get 10 yards in front of me. But boom, it's there. And I can't explain how it was able to sneak up on me and I not see it. do I come up with a conclusion and say, oh, it must have materialized through a portal? See what I'm saying?
Right.
No. They're good at what they do. They're good at what they do. And we've done that experiment. I've been with other researchers in the woods and filmed it live and said, look, walk backwards until I can't see you anymore. Dude, it didn't take but maybe 5 to 10 yards, and there's no sign of them, and they're wearing bright colors. They're not wearing camouflage. They're wearing regular clothing, and they disappear. So it's not hard. You know what I mean? Yeah. So when we talk about the intelligence, well, they're smart and they're able to do this, this, and this. This is where I draw the line. This is where I draw the line. Like you said, you draw the line on certain things where it just doesn't make sense. And I brought this up recently. How come on that side of the aisle, Bigfoot checks off every single box? No matter what it is, whatever comes out of the woodwork, a new, way it does this or a new whatever, it checks off every single box. And that's just impossible. It's just not logical. Like you said, next they'll be say, hey, I saw Bigfoot breathing fire. See what I'm saying? Well, let's add that box. Now it can breathe fire. See what I'm saying? And
yeah, it's easily when you see something that's
enough.
When you see something that seems unreal or supernatural or paranormal, paranormal by definition is any anomaly that isn't currently accountable or that hasn't been defined scientifically as to how it happened. And if we go back in history, we'll find that things like there are a lot of things today, say 50 years ago, 100 years ago, would have been considered paranormal. But now we know, doing the math, doing the physics. Microwaves. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess if you tweak sound to a certain resonance and to a certain amplitude and to a certain frequency, it'll cook your pizza. But the math was there. This is what quantum physics is. The mathematics says it's possible, but we don't know how to do it. And then we find out how to do it, and all of a sudden the paranormal becomes normal.
Yeah.
Well, see, when I was
correct. I'm not a quantum Bigfoot guy at all. And I know the probability. I know the math says it's possible, but is it probable? See what I'm saying? And it's like I always bring up portals, and I say, okay, what does a portal look like? Everybody gives me the description of a portal. Well, here's the thing: is the only description anybody has of a portal is what Hollywood has shown them, because they need a visual
round
in the movie,
or it's oval.
See what I'm saying?
It's got glowing edges to it. Yeah, right. But no. I get it.
But physics. But here's the thing. But here, let me hit on this point, because physics, and this was a actual physicist that said when he was talking about portals, because mathematically it says they can happen. They just, nobody's ever witnessed one. And but here's the thing: is they said was the amount of energy it would take to create a portal. We couldn't do it with every nuclear power plant we have on Earth right now. We could not create it. And if we could, it would last a millisecond. The opening would last a millisecond. But here's what shocked me was he said the amount of energy it took to create the portal has to exit on the other side. So whatever's on the other side of that portal gets blasted by that energy when it reaches the other side to create that portal. See what I'm saying? So these people that claimed I filmed a portal or I saw a portal and stuff like that, in reality, you would probably get annihilated due to the amount of energy that's coming from it. See what I'm saying? But again, physicists say it's a possibility mathematically, but nobody's ever proven it. Portals are still a theory to this day.
Well, you could get all the physicists and mathematicians and academians together, and you have to realize that what we know today will be prehistoric a decade from now, even, 20 years from now. It's not a matter of simply saying, based on what we know today, this can't happen, which is where quantum physics comes into. It's really a matter of finding the actual equation, the formula,
Right.
which we haven't found yet, but we know it exists. But let me get into this real quick about one of the keys I have found when it comes to explaining at least 4, maybe 5 different anomalies. And this goes beyond the eyeshine thing, but it's what led me to this, was trying to just figure out how people say these things came out of nowhere, or they were, which really means they were surprised something was there that they weren't looking for, and then it was there, or that it disappeared. That I saw it and it's now, I don't know where it went. Well, grow up. That's how that's how camouflage works. That's how life is. That's how these creatures stay alive. But in reality, I mean, I've got several theories about how they do that. I mean, this right here on my chair is one of my. This is the North American black bear hide. Okay, and I plan to experiment on it because of what we now realize.
Put me in your will. Put me in your will. I want that. Put me in your will. I want that.
I love it. I don't want to chop it up or deface it or anything, but in looking at how polar bears are camouflaged and how they have translucent guard hairs that actually pull in the ambient light and color around them and make them look white when they're actually kind of off tannish color. But when they're in a snow or ice field, they blend in, like they just disappear. But that's one of my theories. But the other is this: when you talk about infrasound, and I really believe that is a key to a number of, at least some theories that will explain a number of these anomalies. Infrasound is sound we can't hear. It goes below 20 hertz. But the interesting thing about sonic waves, or sonic pressure, if you will, is that the lower the sound, the more physical it becomes. In other words, when you turn up the volume on your stereo and everything is in the middle on your equalizer, you hear music in one particular way, but then when you take that equalizer, you go down to the bass end of it and crank it up, all of a sudden you literally feel it, right? It's pulsing, right? It's you can feel the beat. It's almost palpable. Well, when you get into infrasound, it's even more so. And again, the lower the hertz, the more powerful that sonic shockwave becomes. And so again, my go-to is show me one animal, or any animal, or that can create infrasound, and I've got a starting point. Well, it turns out elephants, whales, crocodiles, alligators, tigers, hippopotamus, they all create infrasound. They make sounds that we can't hear, but that doesn't mean you can't feel it, or at least their intended target doesn't feel it. For instance, in the case of whales, well, let's back it up. In the case of elephants, it all goes to physics. When you look at how big the pads of their feet are, right? You got these big tree trunk limbs that come down, and those feet, the base of their feet, act almost like drums. They can send out infrasound through the ground, through their feet, that can be picked up nearly 4 miles away, as the herd will tend to wander through the daytime. And that what they always do is they come back together at night for protection and defense. But the bull elephant, the alpha male bull elephant of a herd will send out pulses through the ground that could be picked up almost 4 miles away.
Wow.
And it tells the herd we all need to come back together to where we're going to reside for the evening. In the case of, and which is communication. In the case of alligators use it for a mating call. So you could be somewhere in, I don't know, Louisiana, whatever, around a swampy area at a pond or what have you. And if it's mating season, the male alligators can create this infrasound. Again, you can't hear it, but the physical effects, again, the lower the frequency, the lower the hertz, if you will, the more palpable, the more you feel it. So you could be out, say, in Louisiana and look at a pond that for no reason at all just seems to be almost boiling. The surface of the pond is rippling. That's you can be sure there's alligators down there. That's a mating call. They're doing it in infrasound, and it's just like taking a plate of water, say a pie plate of water, and setting on top of a subwoofer on your stereo system and cranking up the bass. It'll look like it'll shake the bowl and make the water look like it's give it movement to it. Right, same thing. Now with tigers, what's interesting thing about tigers is that tigers use it for hunting, and this is critical. So tigers, it's like what some people call it the ultra purr, if you will. You ever listen to a kitten purr? You'll never hear it from 10 feet away, but if you're right up next to it, you'll hear it. If you put your ear to it, you'll really hear it. But think about this. Think about a tiger doing this guttural, deep, subsonic purr that goes out. And so one of the interesting thing is about bass notes or in this case infrasound levels is that it's hard to detect the source. So when you buy for instance, when you buy a surround sound system, you get how many speakers? Like 7, 8 speakers, right? And you can put them all around the room. And then how many subwoofers they give you? Oh, that's right. Usually one.
I was gonna say 1 or 2.
Well, you paid extra. The reason I say that is because mine, I have a subwoofer sits underneath. It's a Bose system, and it sits underneath my couch. When you turn up the volume, if there was somebody that didn't know that speaker was underneath my couch, and I asked them to show me where the subwoofer is, they can't tell it. This is because it's kind of omnidirectional, if you will. It's very difficult to trace the source of bass sounds, especially the lower, the harder it is to detect them. So you'll usually only need one subwoofer anymore, a kicker speaker, if you will, in your car or in your house, because where mid-range and tweeters and mid-range higher frequencies will reflect off the walls, bass penetrates. It penetrates furniture, it penetrates the floor, the walls. You could hear it outside over the higher frequencies, and it just amplifies that way when you get even into the more like 17, 16, 15 hertz. You at that point you don't hear it, but again, the more you don't hear it, the more you feel it.
Right.
And so what tigers will do is use it offensively to, let's say they come up on a herd of antelope, let's say, or gazelle, whatever. They can produce that sound. Again, it's hard to think of sound when you can't hear it, but bear with me. They produce a frequency, a very low frequency, that will startle the herd. The herd will not hear it. And that sounds weird. Herd here. That didn't. Never mind. But The herd will not hear, but they will sense that there's danger close, that
Right.
something is not right, that something is off. And
Yeah.
in that process, the herd becomes very disorganized. They
Right.
can't sense exactly where it's coming from because when it hits them, it could come from here or here or here or here or behind them in front. It's just a wave of sonic energy that puts them in a state of panic.
Right.
And in that hesitation of not knowing which way to run, but knowing that something's very wrong, it gives the tiger the advantage. Now, in the case of whales, they can communicate over hundreds of miles because you think about water and when it comes to sonic sound, we talk about that pie plate with the sitting on top of a filled with water sitting on top of a bass speaker. It's the same thing if you throw a little pebble into a smooth pond, those ripples will go all the way to the shore, even if it's for 100 yards, and then they'll
Right.
come back. But those ripples aren't just going laterally; they're going down. They're going into the air. That action of that pebble hitting the water goes in 360 degrees in every
Right.
direction. You only get to see that lateral action on the surface. Whales, liquid is the best conductor for sonic waves. So when a whale puts off a subsonic, a um, infrasound emission, if you will, it'll be picked up. Now it takes time.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, it takes time, but it'll eventually be picked up by another whale pod, maybe 100, even 200 miles away. And then if they do this, so they may detect, oh, it's off to my right. And then they might respond. And then the other pod knows, oh, it's off to my left. And then over time, they do it maybe every hour or 2 hours. They realize they're starting to merge, to come together. So when you look at that, the infrasound and how it affects a lot of things, and that it is communication in every event. If with elephants, bring the herd together, and likewise with whales, with alligators, the communication is, "Hey, baby, I'm over here." With tigers, it's "Boo," but it's all communication. And it's communication we don't get to hear, but we can again feel and see the effects. So,
well, on
if
that
somebody,
point,
yes, sir.
that point, when you talk about feeling the effects, we please apologize because there is a lag between me and Todd. Icebox brings up a good point. I want to bring this up because this is where I struggle with infrasound. I know it exists. It was measurable. It's scientifically proven. We know it exists.
Okay.
But we talk about the effects on the human body, and
Okay.
like he says, I've heard of sickness, blacking out, and being able to not move. And I've had people say, "Well, I was zapped," and I was like, well, "Okay, how were you zapped?" Well, they used infrasound, and I was zapped. Well, here's where my argument is. Here's where I struggle with it because you have people that work around animals that use infrasound daily in zoos, if it's elephants, if it's tigers, if it's lions, or whatever, and they're not negatively affected by it at all. They work around these animals all day long, and they're never negatively affected by it. So that's where I struggle with it. How are some people claiming that? I mean, they didn't see a Bigfoot. They just got zapped, and they felt that Bigfoot did this to me. Again, that comes to how do you bridge that together? But how? And we know infrasound can affect you because my very first encounter was, I would consider an infrasound because it was a very loud yell that I reverberated through my body, so I felt it. but at no point other than fear did anything happen to me. You know what I mean? I didn't freeze or pass out.
Well,
Or
sure,
collapse or
but
anything
Rich,
like
I
that.
think Richard, when you talk about when you're comparing apples and oranges, for instance, you're comparing animals in a domesticated environment, that being a zoo, if you will, or a wildlife park, what have you, versus animals in the wild. And so to say, and especially generationally, sad to say, but where I grew up in Oregon, the Portland Zoo was one of the most prestigious elephant breeding programs in the United States at the time. And generationally, I don't think, let's say you have an elephant born in Portland in captivity. Will it ever get to the point of being feral enough to even appreciate or understand their capabilities? And it's a very accurate point. I mean, I get that. It's like saying, well, if tigers produce infrasound and that makes Bigfoot disappear, how come tigers don't disappear? No, hear me out. There are different degrees in terms of amplitude, the application of the strength of the
Infrasound.
yeah, well, the sound.
Right.
So, for instance, if a Bigfoot's sitting out there and you're approaching, we'll play. Let's just kind of go off on the being zapped or the effect of infrasound on humans. One of the things is, like what Richard was saying, is this uneasiness, this panic attack for no reasonable source. I think it really comes down to amplitude and frequency. So if you're going into an area where there's a Bigfoot, and let's say they don't want you there for whatever reason, maybe they're a sentry, maybe they are guarding a clan, or maybe there are children around, or maybe there's a fresh kill there that they think you might be threatening. They could bring it up to volume 1, if you will. And that is enough to make you, for, again, no rational reason, to feel uncomfortable. For no reason, like,
I mean,
it's like this whole, you hear people say, I felt like I was being watched. Something as mundane as that. I felt something was watching me. Just a very light sense of suspicion, but again, for no apparent reason. And then you decide to keep going closer or keep going in that direction, and this Bigfoot decides that's far enough, and they take it up to volume 2, which now all of a sudden makes you feel like, I don't know why, but I know if I continue in this direction, there are going to be consequences, and they're not going to be good. Maybe I should turn around. And if you continue to proceed, they take it up to volume 3 or 4 or 5, or put you in a position of being, quote unquote, zapped, to where you have a sudden panic attack, again, for no reason that you can put your finger on. You've been down this trail 100 times. You're very comfortable there, but for some reason you feel completely uncomfortable. And I really think I need to turn around to actually up to and including paralysis. where you can't move and you can't speak. You can't
see,
even
on that
function.
point, that has happened to me. That, you know,
It's happened to me too.
I've been on expeditions
because I've walked in the woods and I was with somebody, and yeah, as I'm walking, and we brought this incident up just recently. I can't remember which podcast I was on, but me and another person, as we were walking, we were fine. We were chatting and stuff, because I truly believe talking in the woods is a good thing. Not loud and obnoxious, but having a chat. You know what I mean? Because, like you said, I think they're interested in us, and us talking is really good. So I don't have a problem with that. So we were walking, and we got to this one area, and I felt really uneasy all of a sudden. I didn't feel comfortable. You see what I'm saying? And then I mentioned it to him because I wanted it open. This is how I feel. So I mentioned it to him, and he said, I feel the exact same way. See what I'm saying?
Isn't that interesting?
In the end, and we did turn around. Yeah, and we did turn around and leave, and we got about 100 yards back to where we came from, and we felt a lot better. And I took it as just my natural internal instinct telling me something's not right. See what I'm saying? I didn't feel that I was being zapped or mind spoke or whatever they want to claim. I just felt that uneasy feeling. And a lot of times, because I research by myself, I've done it live on film and said, hey guys, I'm not feeling comfortable right now. I'm going to turn around and go in another direction because I'm just not feeling, something doesn't feel right now. But I think
Frank, what about you? Frank, have you experienced that?
Yeah. You know, I had a struggle with this myself just because, you know, for me, I don't think a lot of people understand fear, you know, and, you know, there was a place down here in Florida where I just it was hot, and I was way out in a swampy area, and I just thought, man, you know, it's hot. Where is a place that something like this would go to get out of the sun? And I seen this set of pines way off in the distance, and everything in me said that's where it's at. And I started walking towards it, and I was by myself. And, you know, I always pack with me. And I got about 20 yards from it, and then my gut turned and said, no, don't go there. You know, and I thought, man, you know, I came this far, but then everything in me told me to turn around. So I just turned around and left. But, you know, I've been on, so again, going back to this spring, and this is going back to the illuminating eyes and going into the zap, we had a lot of stuff happen, and I got good video of the illuminating eyes, and from the distance, it was two sets, but when you put it on a bigger screen, kind of like one. Looks like art, and they changed colors. And when you was talking about the cougar, how when you seen it, it blurred out its face. That's what these. Well, we have moved down the trail, and there was another group. They came in, and they seen two different sets of red eyes, and they looked like juveniles. They was like 4 and 5 feet. One was a little taller than the other one, and this person jumps out of the car and starts running towards them, and just falls out. And they got a picture on thermal. The guy had just got a new thermal. He's an older guy, and he never used it, but he ended up getting a good shot. And you can see it plain as day. Like, there's two individuals. One's kind of turned to the side like this, and the other one turned back looking like, I don't know which way he's looking, but you know, he was turned the opposite way where you could see his whole body. And what we thought, because there was a deer and a hog right there, what we kind of thought was they ran up on
dinner,
a bigger one, teaching the juveniles how to hunt. And when she jumped out and ran towards the bigger one, or the smaller ones, the bigger one was like, that's enough. You know what I mean? But it was just a rare occasion. And, you know, you talked about Omaha up in Nebraska. I watched it was hard to explain to people who's never seen it, you know. And I watched this video where this guy went up to Omaha on a reservation. I don't know if it's the same people or not, but they were kind of spiritual guys.
Yep.
And they went into
We actually prayed with them.
right. Yeah. Was you there with RPG?
No.
Okay. They done the same thing on this. They had
Yeah.
a group of, it was like 4 of them, and they was two of the Indians
I think RPG came after me.
well, see, he put a thing on the YouTube thing where he explained in an AI version, and it showed the lights that were illuminating, and that was exactly what we had in Tennessee. And at first I thought, okay, is it the moonlight that helps reflect? But the night that it was happening to us, the moon, we didn't have a moon. It was, I guess.
Well, night it happened to us, it was overcast. But again, if there's a full moon or even a half moon, and the overcast cloud cover is probably filtering a lot of that light out of there and not giving enough down to the ground to where you and I can even see our hand in front of our face, that light's still there.
Right.
It's just below our ability to detect it.
Right.
And they, because of what I've described as their physiological makeup of their eyes, they can see
right.
in that realm that we can't,
Right. Yeah. So, when I first got into this, I was excited because, I hadn't been in the woods in a while. And when I started getting back into it and things started happening, I was always taught to trust my gut. You know what I mean? And there's times, you get in those places where you're in a spot and everything's in you telling you not to turn around and look. And, and sometimes I get to that point where it's like, is it fear or is it really something going on? Because fear's a funny thing. But
it's a powerful thing.
But
well, I think psychologically you put it on a scale. It's like, how important is it to me really
right.
to go any further, to continue what I'm doing?
Yeah.
And I think there are some consequences, again, subliminal consequences that you're like, you know what? I really don't need to go any further, but my point is this, that infrasound can affect, again, you can't hear it, but its effects can mess with you. Even humans can create infrasound. We know we can do it with certain machinery, with rockets, with explosions and different things. We found out once they started measuring infrasound, again, because it wasn't practical any more than you'd, like I say, buy a CD of silent music or invisible art, or buy tasteless food. I'm sure you could make all of those things happen, but there's no practical purpose for it. So nobody even decided to to create instruments to really crack sounds below human hearing. And once they did and started applying it historically retroactively, they found out, like, for instance, we talk about the vision thing about Bigfoot appearing, disappearing. They found they had records of when we started putting astronauts in space in the late 1950s, early 60s. They were putting human beings in supposedly a chamber that they could survive in, and strapping them on top of a intercontinental ballistic missile and shooting them into Earth's orbit. And the astronaut had one job, and that was to, well, other than survive, it was to read certain gauges and let Houston know via radio, what the outside pressure was, what the inside pressure was, what the temperature was, what their speed was, what the oxygen level was, and etc. And these were analog gauges, right? So they had a needle, and as they're going up, they're asking them questions, and the astronauts say, well, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. They said, why? They said, because we can't read the gauges.
Oh, gotcha.
And they would, it was interesting that once they disconnected from the booster rocket and were actually floating in low Earth orbit, that all of a sudden their vision came back to them, and what they determined, again, in reverse, using technology, reverse technology, and adapting it to history, now we have the knowledge of infrasound. They were able to determine that these rockets that they were launching them up into space with created infrasound. The eyeball vibrates at 19 hertz. And if it's bombarded by anything less or more than that, say 17 or lower hertz, through the frequency, the vibrational frequency of, in this case, these rocket engines, it's again like the eyeball is full of liquid. The fluid's called the aqueous humor. And it's like throwing that pebble into that clear, mirror smooth pond that creates a ripple. And if the eye functions well at 19 hertz, and all of a sudden it's getting hit at 18 or 17 or 16 hertz through infrasound, which what the rockets, the rocket engines were generating, all of a sudden it's creating a ripple effect. It's taking and literally taking their round eyeball and compressing it and distorting the distance between their focal point, the lens of their eye, and the retina. And that's why everything became blurry to them until they disconnected from the rockets. And so, which is one of the reasons, by the way, you'll remember that's about the time they came up with LCD, or I should say LED instruments. Remember the first watches came out, the red digital numbers on them. That was so cool, and then they went to LEDs, from LEDs to LCDs, liquid crystal diodes from liquid, anyway. That's one of the reasons they did that, because they realized that there was this ramification, this consequence of these rockets vibrating their eyeballs to where they needed instruments they could read much clearly than the analog gauges. But so imagine we've already established, like I said, my baseline is show me another animal that can do what you're suggesting. Well, so we established that tigers, elephants, whales, alligators, certain other animals, and oddly enough, the peacock, but we're not going to go there. I know, but but somehow they can actually, seriously, the peacock has been measured, put out.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
The peacock has been actually measured to put out infrasound as well, which blows my mind. But anyway, so what my point is this: if Bigfoot can generate infrasound and maybe control the frequency and I think even more importantly the amplitude, that volume, if you will, volume again that you can't hear, but if the amplitude is important, I think they can turn it on or turn it up as needed based on the effect they want to create. But if a rocket engine can blur the vibration from a rocket engine can blur your vision, and an animal can create that same infrasound in different frequencies, then who's to say when somebody says, I was looking out there in the woods and I saw Bigfoot, and all of a sudden it just seemed to vanish. It just went it went out of focus, right? Or conversely, I'm looking out in the woods, I don't see anything, and all of a sudden a Bigfoot just appears out of nowhere. Okay, they didn't go through a porthole, they didn't get sucked up by aliens, they didn't change dimensions. Ron Moorhead and I go back and forth on this, because Ron, with his quantum Bigfoot book and all the things he talks about, is about them changing frequency.
Trust me, I've been down that road with Ron Moorhead a couple of times. I get you.
I love it to death, man. I've cruised in the British Virgin Islands with him for a week. I know him. I've been on many expeditions and with him. I've known Ron for over 30 years. But we will disagree on this one point, because what he would have you to think is that the effect of them appearing or disappearing is happening on their end. Now, my point is, yes, it may be being generated on their end, but the effect is actually happening on your end. You're on the receiving end of these infrasound sonic waves that they're putting out. And it will blur your vision. It's just as well as it will blur photographic or video evidence.
Well,
The whole time, 70, we can't get a clear picture.
It's kind of like
I hate to stop you, but I gotta address something real quick. Stop, Frank. I gotta address something real quick, and I'm gonna call this person out here.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
He's my favorite.
And the reason why I did that was because this.
God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
But
profanities, and I'm a big advocate of freedom of speech. You can say what you want, but once you start using F-bombs, you're out of there. You're out.
Oh, somebody was? I didn't see it.
Did I do that?
Yeah, I had. His name is Aaron. No, it was Aaron. There's a guy in there named Aaron Groom. You just can't. I can't tolerate profound language, because I don't know if children are going to watch this show and stuff. I try to at least keep it, at a good base, So words
I just took Aaron off my Christmas list.
There's some things I will tolerate. Yeah, there's some words I'll tolerate, but F-bombs, no, I'm sorry.
Well,
I want to transition into something real quick, because we've gone 2 hours and 16 minutes, and because I got two guys, one is a BFRO researcher. That's why I love Frank to death. He's my buddy, and you're one of my idols, Todd. So why I have you here? I was saving these for a later show, but I want to play these two videos, and I want you to watch them and just give me your viewpoint. Both of you guys. Okay. It's like I'm interviewing both of you guys right now. So one is only 9 seconds, so I'll play it a couple of times. So you get an opportunity to watch it a couple of times. If you need to see it again, let me know. And then the other one's only 29 seconds. So I can play them as many times as you want to see it. But let me know, because I want to transition to this part of the show where, I show these videos, because I was going to do them on a later show. So here's the first one. These are things that are recently come out on the internet. Okay.
Is he still on?
And I want you, and I pulled them. I have my own viewpoints, and I'm not going to bring those up today. But I want to see your guys' opinion. So here's the first one. All right, here's the first one.
I didn't have a clear picture.
And
Can you replay that again?
Yep, I can play it as many times as you want.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a second here.
Yeah. Okay. Not impressed. Now,
the only issue I had with it was
blurry, but speed-wise,
it is
pretty quick.
Yeah. The issue I had was in the description of this video, they said it dropped down to all fours. I don't see that. I think it's going down in like a little cut, and so it looks like it's reducing. It doesn't look like it's dropped down. But again, this is something that's going viral. I wanted to show it so everybody can see it. They were claiming it's 10 feet tall. That's kind of hard to tell with the grass and everything and stuff like that. So give me your opinions.
I love round numbers. So when the people say 10 or 15 or 5 or it happened at 2 or 215 or 230 or it weighs 1,000 pounds or 500, I just I don't know. Based on what you told me, I'm like,
well,
again, it's at a very hard to distinguish, distance. I don't see anything jumps out at me other than maybe the size versus the its locomotion and speed seems to be kind of fast,
Yeah,
which
it looks like it's
which I
hosed. 'Cause you don't get no.
looks like it's cruising.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm not saying that it's real or fake, but I'm saying like I don't think one's going to walk out and open like that. I mean, I'm not saying they don't cross fields or anything like that,
Exactly.
but like there's a lot of woods right there, so why would it come
Exactly.
up in the middle of the field? You know?
Yeah.
Well, here's my issue. Here, I always have two issues when it comes to these things. One, where did you when you're going to put something out to the public? I can see if it being your own private channel in your live like this. Guys, I'm going to show you something. Let me show you something, and I'm live. That way, I can answer and I can do that. They don't do that. It's always Instagram, TikTok, or something like that. That's not a good place to release any information. Second of all, is the fact that if you're going to release something like this, have a video backing it up. Put somebody in that location walking to reenact it on a human scale. See what I'm saying? So you have a comparison.
Well,
instead of saying it's 10 feet tall, put a guy out there that's 6 feet tall, and let's see how big this thing is. See what I'm saying?
Right.
well,
So
Richard, I totally agree with you, but I think to a more basic, elemental level, if somebody says, whether it's a still picture or a video, are you able to see me all right?
you have to hit your camera down at the bottom. You hit.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, not that I'm all that. Not that I'm all that beautiful, but anyway. So if you're gonna, okay, I get the whole reenactment thing, but I think what's more important, if somebody has a still picture or a video, those clips, whether it's a photograph or a video, has a digital fingerprint assigned to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Metadata.
So you know what I'm saying? So if you're going to suggest to me that you have, my questions would be about why were you there? You certainly weren't there for the Bigfoot. So something else brought you to that location. Okay. So what was your motive for being there? Oh, well, we were hiking or we were camping or we were fishing or this, that, or that. Okay. So what are the odds that the only time you whipped out your camera in that entire trip wasn't on the way there or just before that, pictures of you fishing or eating a picnic lunch or sitting around a campfire, and more so to the fact after that, did you not have pictures of you know, people, pets, dogs, things like that? And those, when I take a picture with my camera, it's numbered sequentially, right?
Right.
So that I can go to the data and it'll say 0051, 0052, 0053, etc. And same with videos. So somebody says, here's a photograph. It's the most amazing photograph in the world. Or here's a video. Unbelievable. Yeah. You know what would make it a lot more believable is if you'd show me those normal pictures that you took before and after that. Let's, the recreation is a great idea, but just from because I come from a viewpoint of I'm being hoaxed, I'm being punked. This is a fraud, this is a scam. And if you can't show me, say that was a still shot and it's 0053. Show me 0052, 51, 50, and 5, 6, 7, and 8, because if you can't, that's a setup shot. I want to see you guys eating a picnic lunch. I want to see you driving down the road. I want to see you riding a bicycle or fishing. But if you just have this one perfectly cookie cutter picture and you can't show me any piece of film before or after that, you're busted.
Well, and we all know how hard it is to,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm big on video. I'm big on video because when something's in motion, it answers a lot more questions. You know what I mean?
True.
Pictures, I'm done with pictures. So I'm big on video because when something's in motion, it answers a lot more. I just wish if I was in contact, and like I said, it's a short video, and my questions were, can you put somebody out there? Can you have somebody walk that same pattern? Can we get
I
some
get it.
scale?
No,
and stuff
that's
like
all
that?
good scientific. That makes sense. You want to do everything to scale and time. But my guess is if you ask them for the before and after pictures, you're going to find take number 1, 3, 2, 6, and every
Yeah,
take
you're
except
absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
the best one. I guarantee you they rehearsed. If it's a fake, they've rehearsed it. If they and they just picked the best one out of 10 attempts they did, and if that's the case, then why wouldn't you show me the
yeah.
videos and photographs before or after? But hey,
Right.
guys,
I
I
agree.
hate to say
I
this,
agree.
but my wife's like calling me in because dinner's like way past
All right.
due. But I
Well,
really
me and
enjoyed
Frank will do
talking
the
with
next
you.
video. No,
Okay.
man, dude, you are awesome. You're one
Hey.
of my favorite people. I'm
Well,
gonna
thank
call you again in the near 24, 48 hours. I'll call you and talk to you. Me
Okay.
and Frank will do the second video, give our opinion on that one. But dude, you are welcome
Pleasure.
anytime you want. You call me, Todd, and say I want to be on next week's show. I will bump whoever. You're
I'm always
welcome
here,
on my
man.
show. You know, you're one of my big. I like I said, you inspire me. I love what you have to say.
I appreciate
I think
that.
we're both grounded in the same avenue of being forensic, based and looking for an answer instead, and we're okay with saying I don't know,
Thank you.
instead of just
I
giving an answer.
I agree with what you said earlier. I'm one of those people like even if I'm not agreeing with you, there's something I can learn from it. You know, regardless of
Well,
what
and
it is.
I'm not saying that my theories or hypotheses are the one and only possibility.
Right.
I'm just saying I'm willing to, look under the covers and try to come up with something. But
Right.
I could be way off base, but I'm just out there. I'm not a scientist. I'm just amateur, but I ask a lot of questions and I try to find answers because, like I say, there's a little bit of truth in everything. And even if even if it strikes me as being like, yeah, that sounds kind of weird, I'm willing to look into it a little deeper, go down that rabbit hole, and try to find some way to explain it.
Yeah, that's all I do. I try to just find the answer for myself, and honestly, what I love about it, it's brought me into reading and researching different countries, like what you mentioned earlier, China, Russia, and all this stuff. But like, it's what I like about it is it brought me back to nature, learning. I got into tracking and all that stuff, but it's brought me back to that. And regardless if I see one or not or whatever, I'm still out in the woods having fun, and
There you go. Now, the
Well,
bottom line is we have to admit to ourselves that, we need to put our arrogance aside and think that we know everything, and everything that we're supposed to know was taught to us in school. And if it wasn't, then it's not real. There's a lot more things out there. I mean, just look at the ocean. Look at the oceans, right? You look at the oceans, 70% of the planet, and we've hardly gone 100 feet below the surface on most of it. I mean, we look at the sky. The what we used to call UFOs, now they want to call UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. You know what? How about unidentified terrestrial phenomena? How about unidentified aquatic phenomena? There's Arrow actually exists. There's a group now we know, because when they came out with UAP, they said, where'd that come from? As well, it's from Arrow, which is the all domain Well, this always gets me every time. So all domain Enigma resource, excuse me, all domain Enigma.
You had
All
a hard time
domain,
with this the
it's
other
called
day.
all
You had a-
domain because it's a hyphenated word. I hate hyphenated words. All domain Enigma reconciliation department. So
What
they're
is it like?
trying to reconcile. It's Arrow. Look it up. Just look on your phone. Type in ARRO. It's a department. What's interesting is it's not a Department of the Interior. It's Department of Defense, which means it's Department of War. It's under the DOD. So
Yeah.
bottom line is, if they say all terrain and all they're doing is looking up,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to address these folks at the Arrow and say, you say all terrain, that means terrestrial
Right.
as well as aerial and marine. So don't just sit there and tell everybody, it took forever for them to come out and talk about UFOs or UAPs, whatever they want to call them. But they finally, for whatever reason, decided, well, thank God for Trump, because he came out and said, you know what? We're transparent. We've spent taxpayers' money on this shit.
Mm-hmm.
They should know about it. And they came out and let the cards fall where they may. And guess what? Most people said, you know what? I'm glad you spent our money on things that we've all been seeing for all these years. Well, once they open that, let the genie out of that bottle, why not bring up Bigfoot and say, you know what? There's hundreds of thousands of people.
Here's my only issue with that, because there's so many things I don't really buy into. But if they open it up, full disclosure on Bigfoot, does that also mean they have to do full disclosure on everything else? Wendigos, Dogman, Chupacabra. See what I'm saying?
Hey, one bite at a time.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
Well, Todd, if you ever write a book, you better send me an autograph book. Okay?
Well,
big fan, always has been.
As soon as I learn how to write, you're going to be first on the list.
I appreciate it, man. And I hope you're an ongoing guest.
Might need help with the big words.
I see that.
Yeah, I try to stay away from anything more than 3 syllables.
Right.
There you go. All right. Well, you guys have a good evening. It's been fun talking, and anytime, man, just give me a shout.
All right, brother.
Take care.
Well, when you get
I gotta go eat dinner.
Watch the rest of the show so you can see this video. All right, buddy.
All right.
Take care.
Bye now.
All right. So
I like him.
I have a second video. Oh,
Okay.
he's great, dude. He's
No,
great.
well-
I told everybody he's one of my all-time favorite guests, and he was our second show. Show number 2. We're at 48 now,
Right.
and I've always wanted to bring him back. He is fantastic, full of knowledge. He was one of the guys that was researching with the 4 horsemen of Bigfoot research. He knows those guys. You know what I mean?
I like his way of thinking. I think now listening to him and stuff, like I'm kind of on the same path of what, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that I don't believe in certain things. It's just show me how. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
You
Right.
want the answer behind it.
That bridge.
Right.
That
yeah.
bridge.
And, I hate having conversations when people, when, they come up and they're just so excited and they're telling me all this stuff. And I'm just like, in my mind, I'm like telling my face to stay straight, because it's like, it's not that I don't believe you,
Yeah.
but how do you get those answers other than what's paranormal or it's unexplained? We already know that. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but just like the Brown Mountain, you have those lights that come off the mountain and stuff, and then you have Bigfoot sightings there. But then people want to say, well, that's the same. That's Bigfoot. That's all a connected thing, and I don't believe that.
Right.
But if you're gonna make me believe that, you got to show me how. You know what I mean? It's not that I won't believe it. But you
Yeah,
gotta
I
prove it.
reserve the right. I reserve the right to be wrong, but just
Right.
you got to show me. See what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I don't
Put
care
the
being
two
wrong.
together, so I am
Yeah.
wrong. Right. I
Right.
don't care being
I
wrong.
don't, right.
I want to get
I've
into
been
the
wrong a
second
lot.
video because this is going to hit home to you.
Okay.
This second video is going to hit home to you. And anybody left in this show, because it has been a long show, there's not a lot of people watching, but they will watch it down the road.
Yeah.
This is a good video because it really, and you're going to understand it when I show it to you, what it kind of resembles. Okay? It's going to resemble something you're very familiar with, Frank. But if this is real, I don't know. It's better than what we've seen in the past as far as a certain person. So I'm going to play this video, and I can play it. You just tell me, Frank, how many times you want to see this video. Huh?
Yeah. You said they're recent, kind of
Here-
recent videos?
This is all stuff that's recently come up on the internet. So I'm going to play this one, and it's 29 seconds. And you'll see where I've edited it because it's not my video. I've only took a clip of it, so I've kind of edited out what I could out of the video.
Right.
But you're not going to focus on that anyways. You're not going to focus on it anyways. Here it goes.
Line, maybe 150 yards out. And it's looking directly at him, not scanning the clearing, not following a scent trail, looking at him. Specifically, like it already knew he was there and had decided this was the moment to stop pretending it didn't. Dark hair covering everything, arms, legs, face, all of it. An open crossing of a clearing in full daylight with no attempt at concealment.
You want to see it again?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play it again. But you understand the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
It resembles
It
somebody
does.
else's,
Yeah.
but movement, the thinking,
Right.
it's taking it up a bit. It's upped its ante. So let me play it again for you.
Line, maybe 150 yards out. And it's looking directly at him, not scanning the clearing, not following a scent trail, looking at him. Specifically, like it already knew he was there and had decided this was the moment to stop pretending it didn't. Dark hair covering everything, arms, legs, face, all of it. An open crossing of a clearing in full daylight with no attempt at concealment.
Well, first off, if it's real, you see the shaggy hair. Go ahead. I thought you was about to say something.
Oh, no, go ahead. I want as a BFRO researcher, somebody presents this to you.
I honestly, I'm going to say AI. I don't, there's something in the face when it turns and looks at you. It kind of, to me, looks AI, but like, I think it's a good AI, but I don't, if somebody showed me that, it's not, I don't know. I don't, again, you got to take them at face value. So, if I had to look at that and think, I just don't think it would be real. It's a good AI, I would imagine, because the eyes are super clear. That's a really good zoom. If that's real, that's probably the best video ever.
That was my biggest question.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I watched it, that was the number one thing. I was like, he says it's about 150 yards away.
Right.
Okay? That's not 150 yards away. I have one of the best cameras with zoom. That's not 150 yards away. That's a lot closer.
No. Yeah.
And like I said, I think it may be AI. I'd have to go through it. Yeah.
I'm not saying it.
Go ahead, Frank.
It is, but to me, to get that clear of a shot, and you're saying it's that far away, there's no movement, like in the camera or nothing, and the eyes and stuff are so clear. But there's one part at the very beginning when he starts to zoom in, when it turns its head like this. To me, it looks like it pixelated, just for a second. Like it just, this part of its
line,
face.
Yeah,
maybe
let's do it again.
150
Let's look at
yards
it.
out.
Yeah.
And it's looking directly
look
at
at
him,
it
not
again.
scanning the clearing, not following a scent trail, looking at him specifically, like it already knew he was there and had decided this was the moment to stop
Are you
pretending
playing?
it didn't. Dark hair covering everything, arms, legs, face, all of it. An open crossing of a clearing in full daylight with no attempt at concealment.
Oh, where'd Frank go? Where'd Frank go? You there, Frank? You disappeared on me, buddy. I got him on the screen. He's added to the stage. And that's Todd. Oh, he must have dropped the phone or something. Lost him. Well, we'll wait for Frank to come back. But again, I look at this video and I'm what I'm more focused on is not really the face itself, but everything around the face. Any twigs, branches, anything in front of the face, behind the face, stuff like that, to see if there's any pixelation, any changes, because AI is not perfect, okay? It does make mistakes, and that's what I'm looking at when I watch this video. Again, I bring up the point that if somebody's got this clear of a video that they're claiming they shot in the woods and it's Bigfoot, I don't understand why it's not on mainstream media instead of why is it on TikTok or why is it on Instagram or why is it on Facebook. It needs to be more authenticated and seen at a lot higher level than that. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Here's Frank.
Oh, what happened, man?
I don't know what happened to you, buddy. One moment you're there, one moment you're not. So what I was saying while you were gone was and I agree. AI is a very powerful tool. So I'm like you. I'm looking around it, the twigs, the branches, the things that are in front of it and behind it to see if there's any changes or any pixelations. Did it blend in? Things like that. When I was talking to you, what's that?
Up at the corner of its head, you see stringy hair a little bit on it. That looks pretty good too. But the eyes, the eyes look good. And it has a lot of similar things that everybody explains with the flat nose, the forehead, the eyes, and all that stuff. And so that's, if it is AI, they done a good job of making it look a lot like that picture you showed me. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
But if it is real, that's probably one of the best videos. You know what I mean?
But
I don't think it's 100 yards.
Yeah, I don't think it's 150 yards at all. I do not agree with that whatsoever. So that was automatic a red flag. Once I get one red flag, now I'm looking for other red flags. So, but like I said, and I made the point while you were not there, is why is it being sent to Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, stuff like that, instead of mainstream media? If it's that important, I'm telling you right now, if I got something like that, I filmed myself, dude, I'm sending it to all the news agencies and saying, look, this is what I found. I'll take you to the location. I'll go on camera and swear. See what I'm saying? But they never do that. This is a guy narrating a video, but we don't know who actually shot it, who actually filmed it. Now, with that said, though, it's very, very close to but it's very, very close to Todd Standing's videos. And Todd Standing's videos are very mechanical, okay? Like, you ever had those toys when you were a kid and you squeeze the air bulb and the eyes blink when you squeeze the air bulb? You know what I mean? That's how mechanical they seem. And there was no movement. There was no left or right or anything like that. And when that when people started questioning that, saying, "Man, that seems awfully mechanical and awfully this blah 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 blah," well, all of a sudden down the road he comes out with a better video because he took all that criticism, created a better video. That's the one where it's looking through the log, which I think is a face. I think it's painted. I think it's, you know what I mean. There's some people that critiqued it and found some very very fine-tuned lines in the face and stuff that match somebody else, and this does not have it. This is actually if this is a fake, somebody took it to another level. It's really good. It's better than Todd's standings. See what I'm saying? The only reason I say that I'm leaning towards it being a hoax is, one, the distance is way wrong. That's not even close. Two, we don't have any background. We have nothing. You don't tell us where it was. You don't tell us who shot the video, or anything like that. See what I'm saying? There's no information. There's just none.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, the eyes got me just because. Can you hear me? God, man.
Yeah, you're frozen, but I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was like, dude, why does it do this? But yeah, the eyes. I mean, at that distance, I have a Lumix that's like a 64 zoom or something. It goes pretty far and it does good. Mm-hmm. But you're not going to, to me, I mean, maybe he's got like a really, really, really high-tech camera, but at that distance that he's saying, you would have to have a high-tech camera to get that kind of a picture, you know? And
that's what I'm saying is those are the things that we need to know. What equipment were you using to get this photograph? See what I'm saying? I'm very clear when I tell people, hey, I keep a log and I list the equipment I used that day in the field. What audio equipment, what visual equipment, whatever I used, so we can, it's there. I'll hand it over. You know what I mean? But AI is a very powerful tool, and we're gonna hit into AI in just a second, because AI can be used for so many things. Like, for example, you saw this. People were coming out with these pictures for a while that, oh, this is out of my grandfather's footlocker, and this is back in the 1940s, and they didn't have AI back then. Well, they do now. See what I'm saying? So they'll give you a picture like this. They'll give you a picture. I'll put this picture up. All of a sudden they tell you it's old. See how old it is? See how old it is? It's still AI. I created these pictures in less than 5 minutes on ChatGPT, and it looks old. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just got to tell ChatGPT what you're looking for.
Right.
And then I go, this is the picture you like. I'll pull up this picture. That looks more realistic.
A good one.
And if you zoom in on this, you see pores and everything.
Yeah.
And like I said, when I created this picture, I took tons of information that people were giving me, and I fed it all into this AI program. Everything, you know, and didn't tell it what I was looking for. I never said what I was looking for. I just fed the information and said, create an image of what they're describing. See what I'm saying? So, and I created two because some people, I'll put this one up too, because some people complained that, well, the one I saw had more hair. Okay, well, let's do it with more hair. See what I'm saying? So I said, pick A or B. Which one was the closest to what you saw? See what I'm saying?
Both of them are good.
You know?
But, you know, same thing. But if you take those and turn it like a video, but if you took those and turned it into a video where they're moving or they're peeking around a bush, or like where you can see them through a bush or something like that, it looked very realistic. You know what I mean? And like kind of like what Todd was saying, you know, if you have something to that nature, why not show the numbers? And I'm not very tech savvy, but like I do know that when you take pictures, you know, like you said, it's fingerprint. Why not show all that stuff? You know, you took this and you made a video narrate.
Well, here's the one that gets me, and you're going to agree with me. I know it because I know you, Frank. we were hunters, and you are still hunting. We use trail cams. Mm-hmm. When you post a video or a picture of a trail cam, there is information on that picture. But how many times do we get a trail cam? There's zero information. Oh, I caught this on my trail cam.
Like,
but there's no metadata, not even visible.
Right. And that's
You know,
the
not
thing,
even the little thing that shows how much power you have in the batteries.
right. And you know, that's the thing. You have, can you still hear me? I know I'm froze.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. I think it's because
That's-
I got a thunderstorm, but I'm
well,
not sure.
You're in a bad spot. uh, but the thing is, you know, it's getting to that point where the AI is blurring. You know, like what was it like a year ago? The news came out and they act like they had a foot laying in the field, and he was like laying back like this and stuff, and he looks it up like he got caught. You know, that was a Jackling's costume. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
they take something like that. And put
I
it on
know
TV.
that video. Yep, absolutely.
Right, you know, and they take something like that and put it on TV, and it becomes more of a joke, and then these people get these. It's more for clicks, you know. They'll make these videos and stuff, but AI is getting to that point where it's getting so good that it's blurring the lines. Like if somebody showed me that,
Yeah.
you don't want to be rude, you don't, but at the same time, you got to be honest. Like it looks good, but for me, you would have to show me more to show that that's real, you know. And if it is real, I'd be showing everything truth-wise because that'd be one of the greatest videos ever. You know what I mean? As far as Bigfoot, and
I would go completely black. And not to be racist, but I would go completely black person. I would throw such a fit. You know what I mean? That wailing my arms and screaming and hollering, letting you know this is real.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
but you never see any of that. You never see any of that where you're so adamant that what you caught was a real thing.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I've seen some,
but those are the things I wanted to bring up because I have you as a BFRO researcher and him who's been in the field for 30-something years, you know, to get your guys' opinion. Because I was gonna do that on a show, and we could still do it on a show down the road where we bring up these videos and discuss them and stuff like that.
But you look at some of those
they're absolutely interesting. Everything's interesting.
The videos that are interesting to me with Bigfoot like that is when, you know, like there's one, and you can find them online, you know, on YouTube. I couldn't tell you the names, but, you know, it'll be like top 10 Bigfoot sightings. And it'll show like one of them was these people, they were out in somewhere out in a clearing where, you know, they was out in the woods shooting guns, but it was kind of an open area. And they're not even paying attention. And then back in the background, you see something run down. It's big, it's dark, it looks like a Bigfoot. It jumps down behind a rock. And then all of a sudden you hear a helicopter. When the helicopter's coming, this thing jumps up and takes off, and nobody recognized it. And then it's like when they went back and looked at the picture or the videos, a year or so later, they seen it, you know, and it's like those are interesting to me, like because it was so much time had passed. And
yeah, I have this video somewhere. I'll send it to you. I will forward it to you. I have it somewhere, but and I was actually able to find the location when you watch this video. I found the location, and I actually messaged the guy that actually shot the film. The only issue was I can't get on that property. It is a private hunting lease, and they will not let me on the private hunting lease. Not without becoming a member, and it was like $1,500 to become a member, so I wasn't going to do it. But he was out hunting. He's just hunting, and the property is surrounded by a barbed wire fence. And a lot of times, and you've seen it in the farms here, they'll grate about a 6 or 8 foot span from the fence inward around the fence line because that prevents cows from getting near the fence. There's nothing there to eat. Right. There's nothing there to eat, so they're not going to go near the fence. He goes to that area and he finds footprints, big footprints, and it's a trackway all the way down that. So he films it. This is not a Bigfoot guy. This is not he doesn't do, you watch all his stuff. It's all about hunting. It's nothing about Bigfoot.
Right.
He sets up a camera pointing down a trail, and sure enough, something walks out. First you see some hogs. You'll see some hogs. You know, they're low to the ground, black. You know, and this is something you can say, yeah, that's at 150 yards or more. So then the hogs disappear, and then this black figure that looks extremely tall, very big, walks out. It's right there in the middle of the trail, and then disappears. You know, it goes off into the woods.
Right.
Like you said, those are the things I find interesting.
Right.
You know what I mean? I had
a guy. You met him, Michael Noga. He was standing there with us at the conference. He was part of Squatch in Florida, and he was the first BFRO case that I took, and he sent me a picture of, I guess, one of his buddies up in Oklahoma, or somebody he knows in Oklahoma where they hunt. And this is like years and years back to where it was like taken on a polarized camera, you know, and you see the picture and, you know, obviously he's taking a picture and holding it out and then taking a picture with his phone and sending it to you. But, you know, something like that's interesting because how do you fake that with a polarized camera unless it's somebody in a costume and it looks that way? And I'll find it and send it to you. I mean, this thing's huge and it's a really clear shot. But now, if it wasn't for the fact that it looked like it was taken from a polarized, it'd be hard to say because AI has done that. But the fact that you see wrinkles in the picture and stuff like that, that one makes me believe it. But you know, me personally, I think they stay on, or at least outside these hunting properties, like these leases and stuff. I think they do stay around them, but I totally agree with if it was something like this.
Well, if it's a productive area for us to hunt,
right? Well,
like you go to a lease, it's productive. That's why you hunt there. It's productive for them too.
Yeah, and so that's why I think they, you know, like you said, there's dudes not doing anything about Bigfoot, and all of a sudden he films footprints. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like one of the cases that I took, these people.
I'll send you that video.
Well, I'll get on there and I'll try to find the one too, because these people were in somewhere in Ocala. They got horses and they walk them or whatever, or ride them, and it's about a 20-mile ride through wherever they go, but it's sandy in a lot of spots. And these people are not Bigfoot people. They nothing about it, never thought about it. And when they're riding these horses, all of a sudden these footprints are coming out of the weeds and walking down the sand trail and then out, and it's walking in a straight line. The strides are big, the footprints are big, and I just don't think, I know there's hoaxers out there, but I just don't think that somebody went out there and tried to do that, and just to say, oh, well, you know, I know these people are going to be riding horses by here, let me mess with them. I think that one was legit, and it goes a lot with.
I just sent you that video. So when we get off the show, which we're going to end here in just a minute, I want you to watch that video and call me. Tell me what you think.
Okay, but you know, for me, it goes a lot watching the person with body language, reading them. I'm very good. I think I am. I'm very good at reading people, and I don't let them know that what I see, you know. But like you said a while ago with the guy filming this, his reaction, maybe that's not the reaction he had in the video, but if it was his reaction, it don't seem that real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe it's not the actual
that's what I'm
video.
saying. With this video, this is somebody else that's narrating this video.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's not the actual person that shot the video. That's what I'm saying is, where's this person? Who is this person? Where did they shoot it? You know what I mean? What was the circumstances? What was going on before? What was going on after? There's nothing. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you right now, if I shot that video,
Oh, yeah.
I'm videoing until I don't have any battery life left. I
Right.
want to
I want to see it.
see
I
it
want to
get
see
up
it.
and walk away. I want to
Right.
see it do whatever. I'm going to walk towards it, matter of fact.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? That's why I lean on this is a fake.
More of a, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now,
because,
if they filmed it and it was like that, started out like that, then it got up and ran off, and it only lasted 20 seconds instead of 9 seconds, I can buy into that a little bit. See what I'm saying? But it stayed there. It didn't move, but yet you stopped filming. We don't see a whole long film on this creature.
Right. And you know, some of these people that do this,
That's where I draw the line. You know what I mean?
right. And there's proof in taking those pictures, kind of like what he was saying with the fingerprint stuff. You ought to be able to go in there and show the data that shows that this is real. And why not put that on there if you're going to show that video? You know, why not show all that stuff? Like, hey, this is, like you said, this is the time, this is the place. Why'd you stop recording? Obviously, you knew the thing was there. I wouldn't have stopped recording. I'd have been like,
it'd be funny. Yeah, it'd be funny if you reached out to them and said, "Hey, you know, give me more information." All of a sudden, you would get some shady answers. Yeah. Oh, well, I was out of state on vacation at the time, or it's property I don't have access to now. Oh, I actually shot that 5 years ago and I moved away. You know what I mean?
Right.
You always get some kind of reason why. You know, Frank Middleton, BFRO, can't go there and investigate what you filmed. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why I draw the line. So
a
week on 3 hours. I don't want to hold you up, dude. It's Saturday. I want you to enjoy your day.
You good, brother. No, I would definitely like to hear more of Todd sometime. I'll have to look up more of his stuff because I like the way he looks at stuff. You know, not to jump on the bandwagon, but I feel like you and me agree with you guys' levels are pretty effed. Oh, I'm just reading the comments. I said, what?
That's the guy I banned. I don't know why that's showing up now because I deleted it. I don't know why it's there. I deleted it, and that's the guy I banned and said, no, you can't use language like that. Come on now.
Yeah. Well, but I'm like Todd.
I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I don't care at all.
Not at all. Yeah. But you know, and you know, you've heard me say it a lot. And if I showed you a picture of my little library that I got full of stuff, like the Otsman stuff, you know, like when he said he was captured for 6 days, he said they acted like a family. You know, they all had roles to play. You know what I'm saying? And I was going to ask him, you know, like, does he think that they're more of a more human-like when it comes to that? Because when you read Albert Otsman's, he makes it seem like when they pulled him in, you know, in the book, he says when he gets there, the big one was an older male, and it's like a little ugly old woman female is the way he described it, and said, you know, she waddled when she walked and all that. And she acted like she was mad at the bigger one for bringing him there. And they had two younger ones, and one was male, one was female. And to the point where he thought that, you know, they was going to try to make him be with the female, the younger one or whatever. But he said that while he was in there, you know, he cooked food. He said they didn't never stop him, but he said that they watched him kind of intrigued. But he said they went around their daily business like they had chores or whatever, you know. So it's like that's very human-like. Not to say that apes and stuff other apes don't do that, but to kidnap a person and bring them in there and then sit around and do chores. Like he said, he never got out of their sight, but what he described was very human-like. You know, it's like they would sit around and eat, and you know, then he tricked them with the snuff. But that's encounters like that, because you know everybody makes them out to be scary and all this stuff. But I wanted to ask him that, and then but it you just got to read people and wade through a lot of the crap, because I've seen stuff that people swear it is what it is, and to me, I just don't see it. And it's not that I'm not agree, it's not to discredit them at all,
Well, that.
or
Oh
not
no!
be mean.
I mean, that's why I pushed that book, and you ended up evidently purchasing that book. It really helps out a lot.
I listened to
You
him
know,
last.
and like I said, you may not use everything in the book,
Right. Well,
but there's some good
he
stuff
was-
in there. That
he was on-
that book, Squatching Investigation.
Well, he was on Charlie Raymond and Lindsay's last night, and I watched him, and he's another one that I'd be interested in listening to, just because he's kind of like us. He's skeptic. He's not going to believe everything. You got to prove it to me. You know what I mean? Like we was talking about the tree structures and stuff. Like,
and that's the thing. Well, that's the thing
Go ahead.
is with Steve, is he's a believer. He's had his own
Right.
visual encounters. He's been
Right.
It's been documented. So he's a believer, but again, he's a private investigator. I need to investigate. I need the information. I need to put it all together and then come to a conclusion. See what I'm saying? That's why I like him so much. You know what I mean?
I feel, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people like that that's in this, but there's a lot of people in there that just go for anything and everything, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
But that's where we need to break away from it. That's
right.
with these
Right.
shows. That's what we're trying to get our point across. When we do these shows, Frank, I think me and you are on the same page, where we're trying to encourage these people to start looking at it more focused and put it under a magnifying glass. Not everything is a Bigfoot. Just because you hear
Right.
something, or just because you feel a certain way, or just because you smell something, it doesn't mean it's a Bigfoot. That
Right.
is where you're supposed to start investigating. Find out
Right.
what it is. See what I'm
Right.
saying? And if you
Yep.
don't figure out what it is, then say you don't know.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And,
You know what
and
I
that's
mean?
the way I try to
And
take it.
if
with
more of these,
BFRO.
yeah,
I mean, for me
I know
personally,
you do.
it's just one of those things where Bigfoot should be the last thing that comes out for me. You know what I mean? I should be able to rule out every other thing, and then if it falls in line with Bigfoot, then there's a possibility that it's a Bigfoot. But
good
there's
point.
so-
It should be your final conclusion, not your first conclusion.
right, that's the way I look at it. And tree structures to me are the worst, because there's so many ways to debunk them. I've only seen one in my life, and that was in British Columbia. That the trees were so big, humans ain't doing it. The way they were intertwined, like one was like, it was crazy. Like they were designed to push this thing down. They were you know what I mean? Like there's no way they could have fell that way.
Yeah.
So I couldn't explain it.
Oh, I found some like that are completely unexplainable. I was out there with Troy with Sasquatch Origins, and we found an arch that you could tell something isn't right with this. Something's very strange about. We see simple arches, we do, and then maybe jammed into the ground or held down by something. This was different. And now we never came to a conclusion. We never said, "Oh, Bigfoot did this," but we both agreed, and it's on video.
Mm-hmm.
It was weird. It was definitely something that we can't explain how this happened. You know what I mean?
Well, you look at the upside down trees. People talk about, "Oh, I found an upside down tree jammed in the ground." Now that's weird, right? But if you go back and look at some of the loggers back in the day, they say that they used to use those as markers. They put something upside down, that way they knew. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's something that you have to take into conclusion. You know what I mean? Like you can't just say, "Oh, why would a logger?"
Yeah.
Kind of like back in the day when they talked about these big old boulders being set on top of tree trunks. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you've heard that, but I guess it's in the
no, I've seen them, and I've debunked them.
Right. And, loggers, loggers used to do that. Loggers would come out and say, "Yeah, we put that
Yeah,
there."
they did it all the time.
Yeah, and people, people would take and say, "Oh man, look at that! There's no way humans could do that. A Bigfoot done it." Well, that's the first point that you jumped out to. But then when you hear a logger say, "No, they put them things on there all the time," then you can say, "Well, that cancels that out for me at least." Not to say that they wouldn't do it, but the chances.
Well, it's the same with the
that
trees.
loggers-
The trees that are shoved into the ground upside down.
Mhm.
The trees that are shoved into the ground all upside down.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's why.
I've
yeah.
already shown areas where there was a mudslide, or a landslide, or extreme flooding, and all those will create that
Right.
in itself. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But they never give you the full story. They give you the picture, they give you the thing, but they don't give you the full story, or they don't do a 360 degree around it to let you know that, oh yeah, this is the base of a hill. This tree could have rolled down on a landslide or a mudslide or something like that, and that's how it ended up.
Well,
They never do that.
Take them. I think I sent them to you. Take those pictures that I sent you when I was out hunting of the print I found. Like a lot of people will balk up on that and say Bigfoot. And to be
Right.
fair, there was no other prints. Like I think it's a bear, but it was either a bear like pawing, because there is toe indentions in it. It's either a double step, or it's the bear was like digging and maybe its paw hit. But it was 11, 12, 13 inches long and like 6 inches wide.
One of the things
you
I
back-
look for,
Right.
one of the things I look for when I look at footprints, I don't even really give a crap about a mid-tarsal, because when you look at these things, there's not really much of a mid-tarsal. This is a patty print.
Right.
This is a patty print. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But what I look for is from the pinky toe to the big toe, it's not much of an angle. Where a human, it's very, very distinct from big toe to little toe. Very distinct.
Yeah.
Not so much distinct as here, from the little toe to the big toe, it's what, an inch, maybe 2 inches. Where on a human, that angle is very, very steep. That's what I look for when I see prints. See what I'm saying? So if it's rounded, that could be a bear. You know what I mean? And they do double step with each other.
Right. And the toes were, I'm pretty sure they was 5. I have to go back because you can see the sand coming up in between the toes. They were all really almost the same length. Like it'd be like if I cut my fingers off all at the same spot and done it. You know what I mean? And
right.
So that's that, and the fact that really that I found bear scat and obviously I'm saying bear, but I'm saying there's a lot of people that would walk by that and just consider it a Bigfoot, and that's where I draw.
And I've seen it a lot.
Yeah.
And I've done that where somebody posted, and it was very clear. It was literally 2 circles.
Right.
Like a figure 8.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And of course, the one paw covered up the toes.
Right.
But the front paw showed toes. And it was like, oh, there's a Bigfoot print outside my window. I'm like, dude, that's a bear all day long. That's a bear. It's the bottom print is so circular because it's a paw, and then the upper one is circular. It's a paw. They interstep each other. Oh,
and
dude, man,
like,
I caught so much hell from that guy. Oh, you're rah, 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 and I'm like, dude, don't put it. Don't. Here's what I want to tell everybody, because there was a recent incident that's being addressed. Let me tell everybody, I'm going to make this abundantly clear. If you put your evidence online so people can see it, don't get upset if people don't agree with you. Right. You put it out there, okay? So my advice to people is don't respond to the negativity. If you don't believe that what they're saying is whatever, don't respond to it. But if you get into a back and forth with that person, you're never going to win. you're never going to win. But you're at fault because you put it out there.
Yep.
You're literally asking people for their opinion when you put something out there. So either don't put it out there, keep it to yourself, or accept the fact that some people are not going to accept it. Grow some skin. If you're going to be in this field doing what we do, you better get some thick skin, because I'm telling you, I've been doing this for a long time. I got 500 videos out there, and not everybody agrees with what I film or what I do. It's okay, but I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to fight all these battles. I'm not going to fight all these battles. You know what I mean?
I learned that very quickly, because when I first got into this and I'd see stuff or I'd comment on something, the hate and the trash talk that's in it, you know, you want to smack them, really. You know, I'm just saying, you get these people that their minds are already made up, and you're never going to win that battle. And I learned very quickly, I just ignore it, because otherwise, you know, it's pointless. It's, you know.
Well, yeah. If you put it out there, then move on. It's like, for example, I'll give you a prime example is these shows. I don't go back and watch these shows. I don't rewatch them. When I do a video in the field and I edit and I do all this stuff and I put it out there, I don't go back and watch it.
Yeah.
I put it out and I move on.
Yeah.
Your comments, here's the thing is that people don't understand is when you comment on it, you see me all the time, like and comment, like, subscribe, and comment.
Right.
The algorithms do not determine a negative comment and a positive comment.
Right.
As long as you comment, it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't take your comment down, and that's why I don't care about your comment. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But if I put something out there, that means I'm putting my thumbprint on it.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So if somebody disagrees with me, I have to accept the fact that they don't agree with me. But it's so funny that these people put stuff out there, and the first person that says, wow, that's this or that's that, that's not what you say it is, they want to fight that battle.
Yep.
They want to double down on what they just posted. And that is the wrong way to go.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut, stand by what you put out there, and move on.
And it's so weird because, you know, I used to think it was bots just trying to pick at people, but it's like, you know, you just got these people that you're never going to see eye to eye with. A lot of people probably don't see eye to eye with me. I don't care. But, you know, I try my best to go into it with at least enough character and respect to give them at least, let them say what they got to say. And if it's just nonsense, then it is what it is. I'll move on. But if somebody's got, you know, if somebody wants to have a disagreement, and that's fine, and they want to talk about it or try to say whatever, that's fine. But it's the ones that, and you know the ones I'm talking about, those are the people I'm not going to respond to. But if it's like a legit, like, hey, man, well, could have been this.
I don't mind having, like you said, I don't mind having a debate.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to be like, oh, fuck, no, you're an asshole. You don't believe in my show. You know what I mean? They go on this aggressive attack, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You see what I'm saying? I never do that. You know what I mean? I was like, hey, look, I understand you don't believe this or you don't agree with that. I get it. But let me tell you how I came to that conclusion. See what I'm saying? Right. And then we have a discussion about it. See what I'm saying? It like just blows my mind that people get so thin-skinned about stuff.
And I'm humble enough if I'm wrong. I'm humble enough if I've been wrong a lot in my life. If I'm wrong and you prove me wrong, that's great. You know what I mean? But, you know, you're going to have to prove it to me. You know, if I disagree with something, it's not being rude. It's just, but I'm not going to be a jerk about it either, you know, and it's crazy that the Bigfoot world is that way.
And that brings up a point. Yeah, it is. And I look for certain people in this field that have high integrity. That's what I look for. I associate with Frank Middleton because of high integrity. See what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's what attracted me to Johnny Two Bears. Johnny literally came out with a video claiming something, and then literally a week or two later, he came back with a video saying, "Hey, I researched it. I looked deeper into my video, and I was wrong. It's not what I thought it was." Dude, that's
Right.
integrity all day friggin' long.
Yep.
And that's how me and Johnny met, because I was like, I'm following this guy because he owns it. He accepts
Right.
it. He owns it. He takes responsibility for it. That's
Yep.
the kind of guy I want to attach myself to.
Yeah,
That's why Johnny is a close friend of mine, and I love the guy to death to this day because of his integrity.
Right. And that goes a long way with me. You know, I mean, that was the thing in the military, and you got to have integrity. If I put, and same thing, you know, like I've been out with people and they find a skull and they claim it's one thing, and I can show them that it's not, and they still disagree, and it's like, well, okay, whatever. Like, you know, some you're going to and some you're not, but I try to go into it with a way of, okay, I try to learn something from everybody, but a lot of the books and stuff that I got is all the ones that are like that, you know, like the Ivan guy,
Ivan Sanderson.
Yeah, like, you know, I got a bunch of books
Yep.
I got a book from him and stuff like that because, you know, and I know we talked about him before, Robert Morgan. Those are people that I can.
This is
yeah,
a
but
really
yeah,
good
I got
book.
that.
Really
Yep,
good book.
I got that. Yeah,
Ivan Sanderson.
but you know, yep, and somebody like him and people like him, that's what I want to read. You know, like I pick up some books sometimes, and you know, I'm thinking, oh, the title's good, and the back of the book looks good, and then I read it, and I'm like, but him and a bunch of them that has actually been out in the field and done the scientific part of it to be able to explain it, that's what I'm interested in. And you don't get that from everybody, and it's a bummer, but you know, we all know the truth about they're real, and it's just trying to figure out, like he said earlier, that formula to you know, and
yeah.
I don't know. It's exciting.
Well, I absolutely 100%, and I always clarify this when I talk to people. I 100% believe Bigfoot exists. Period.
Yeah.
I've had enough experiences. I've seen enough proof. I've talked to enough people. There's absolutely no way. Hold on, give me 1 second here, because I want to do something here. Hey, John, if you're in the chat room, jump in the show. I just sent you the link. Jump in. We'll have you on the show. We'll talk to you. So I just put that link in there. Jump in. So, and I tell people all the time, I 100% believe. Absolutely, I'm all in. You know, Bigfoot. I've had experiences. I've had encounters. I've spoken to enough people and stuff like that. But they have to understand is I do come at the subject with skepticism. If you don't, you're a fool. Okay?
Right.
And all these investigators that are out there, and there's a ton now, they need to come in it with skepticism. I've always had this saying. This is something I coined a long time ago. Skepticism creates questions. Questions create answers. Okay?
Yep.
I'm an investigator. You're an investigator. We go out there automatically. What else could it be? That's our number one question. What else? What is a optional explanation to what is happening? The problem is too many people go in there and they're like, oh, that's a Bigfoot. I just heard this. That's a Bigfoot. Or I saw this. Everything's a Bigfoot. We got to pull away from that.
Yep.
If you're going to have that title, investigator, researcher, whatever you want to call it, then do it. Investigate, research, dig deeper. You know what I mean? Don't shoot a video. There's a guy that's walking in the woods. I just saw this. You know, it's been a while, and it got to the point where I'm done looking at this guy's stuff. But he's walking and walking and walking. All of a sudden, there's eye shine. And he's like, "Oh, there's eye shine," and he just keeps walking away. And I'm like, "Well, wait a minute, dude. You got eye shine live on camera. Walk towards it. Let's see if it ducks. Let's see if it runs away. Let's see if it comes at you." Nope. He just acknowledges eye shine and keeps walking. You know.
Right. And I've been around a lot of those people, you know, like, and you gotta, it's, a lot of people will tell you the truth right off the bat, but if you watch them, you know what I mean? Especially if you're doing face-to-face interviews.
If you talk to somebody long enough, you'll get the truth. If you talk to them long enough, you'll get the truth.
Right.
You know what I mean? I went to another state last October, and I was invited as a guest speaker, and just to say, I was treated great. I was really taken care of when I went there. But there was one person there that immediately when I arrived on site and got out of the vehicle, bam, they're right there in my face, wanting to tell me who they are, what they've seen, and stuff like that. We were there for, I don't know, what was it, 4 days, 3 or 4 days. And this guy never researched with us. We're all there to do some research. I'm a guest speaker. We're all there to do research. This guy never researched with us. Okay? But yet the next day, he'd always show up. "Oh, I saw a Bigfoot last night, and this is what he did." And I'm like, okay, as an investigator, I'm like, did you catch it on video? No. He always had a reason why he didn't have a camera, why he didn't have an audio. See what I'm saying?
No, I know.
What are you supposed to do with that information? Yeah, what are you supposed to do with that information? You're going to walk away thinking two things. The guy's a liar or the guy's just crazy. See what I'm saying? Because the stories he told me were way out there, dude. Way out there. And I was like, so he got pissed because he wasn't getting the attention. He wasn't getting attention. See what I'm saying? Nobody's listening to his stories. Nobody's believing what he has to say. And it became an incident. It actually became an incident. And just to defend the people that invited me there, that had nothing. I'd still give it 5 stars. Y'all treated me well, fed me well, had me set up. Everything was fantastic. I have no complaints whatsoever. That guy did not. He ruined the guest speaking part because he interrupted it, you know. But everything else was great. Everything else was great. So I want to put that back out there again.
Those people can kick rocks. But I, you know, and that's the thing. I'm good buddies with this, you know, this one person. I ain't going to mention no names or nothing, but you know, it's like every time I've been out with them, I've never actually been out. I've been on the same expedition, but never out with this person. And every time this person goes out, they've seen one, but they don't record it. They just got, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's
every time.
Yeah, every time.
Now,
and I'm not saying that.
Oh yeah, those things have happened to me. Where there was
happens more.
I mean, it happens to us. We're unprepared for what just happened.
Right. That's what.
Yeah,
gets me.
I was walking back to my vehicle one day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of
people.
I
had a day that was completely nothing happened.
Yeah.
I spent 6 hours in the woods. Nothing happened. Walking back to my truck, I can see my truck. So I start shutting things off on my gear because I can see my truck. I'm going to walk over there. I'm going to unpack everything. All of a sudden, I hear some serious rock clacking. Clack, 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 clack.
Right.
But I shut everything off. And I'm like, what a dumbass. Those things happen.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Happens a lot.
But with this guy's story, you had all the time in the world to turn on a camera or an audio. You had all the time in the world.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing, you know, and because a lot of this stuff does happen so quick, you don't get it. And it is what it is. And people are like, well, why didn't you get a picture of it? Well, by the time I seen it and realized what was going on, it you know, you're kind of like, whoa.
Hey, I got John coming in.
Hey, John.
Hey, Frank.
What's happening?
What's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
I said in a comment.
You got some input here, brother?
I was in the backyard coyote hunting. We got coyotes back here coming in, and yeah, I was out there hunting, but I can go to it some other time.
John's been on the show before. John
Yeah.
was our first year. You know, he was on our show.
Where are you from?
So what'd you think about tonight?
Me?
Yeah, you.
What I think about tonight? Good discussions.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and he wants to, and he also wants to know where you're from.
Well, right now I'm in Brandon, right outside of Valrica, right outside of Tampa.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, but you'll probably hear an accent from Maryland because I'm originally from Maryland.
Are you a
Some-
Baltimore fan?
What's that?
Are you a Baltimore fan?
We won't hold that against
No.
you, John.
Yeah, please don't.
Aw, I'm a Baltimore fan, man.
My cousin is, and I do root for them when they're playing. But yeah, I know it's rough, but I stick with the Redskins. I know they don't like calling Redskins the Commanders Redskins, but they're always going to be Redskins to me.
Redskins, yeah, me too. Yeah.
That name's coming back. That name's coming back.
I've been hearing about it.
Coming back.
I hope so. It never should have been taken away. It's well, I'll keep it PG. It's just malarkey.
Yeah, it was.
So-
That was easy.
Well, even the indigenous tribes said they wanted it back.
Yes,
Right.
and
They wanted
and
it
it's
back. They didn't want it to go
it's-
away.
the fight song is "Hail to the Redskins." It's not knocking them,
Right.
and they were very proud that they had that name. So it's just a little crybaby. Well, I can't go into it. It's just a little crybaby get babies in there. So I don't.
I got you.
It's ridiculous.
Do you do any research or anything?
I never like when I was on Richard's show. I said I don't call myself a researcher.
Right.
I seen two of them.
Mhm.
The first one I seen was literally right off the side of the road. I was driving out of Tampa. I lived in Zephyr Hills, and it was 20, maybe 25 feet at the most away from me, and 7 o'clock morning daylight, and white. So white it looked silver. I caught for the first 6 months, 6 or 8 months, I was calling it silver. It was just beautiful. It really was. At the time, I was just in shock. And but the thing of it is, and I didn't know what it was. It had a red face, red, not a pinkish, it had a red face.
Like a red leathery looking, like worn or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not worn. It was real soft looking skin. Had a flat nose, not like an ape. Had a flat nose like a human would have. Did not have a brow ridge line on the brow. It just looked like a human face.
Yeah.
But way wider mouth and very large black eyes. The only thing I seen move when I went, because I hit my brakes. I thought I was going to get in an accident on my left peripheral. I seen movement and I hit my brakes real quick.
Right.
I was messing with my phone. So I'm thinking deer, that blink of an eye, I'm thinking deer or car because there's a road right there. And I slammed on my brakes and I looked over and that's when my life changed.
Right.
Quite literally.
That's how it happens. We all
Yeah.
it opens up that rabbit hole and we end up spiraling down it, you know. Are you still doing anything with Marie?
I tried to. Something came up. I was supposed to do a walk with her in my area. They were going to meet me out here. I don't know. It's like 3 weeks ago, but something came up and I couldn't. But they had something else going on anyway. So she was going to, I think, maybe message me, but I was actually going to hit her up today for maybe soon, with like in a week or two, if she's available. But yeah, her and Bob's supposed to meet me. I believe Bob's coming. What's that?
Yeah, I haven't heard from her in a long time, so I just wondered what she was up to. You know.
We can talk.
That's one thing I did not bring up,
later.
Frank. Frank, I did not bring this up earlier. You know it, of course, but I didn't bring it up at the beginning of the show. But at the end of this month, I have an interview with Small Town Monsters to be a part of their next documentary.
Yep.
So I look forward to that.
That's awesome.
I think it's just going to be an interview part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not an out in the field part, but definitely looking forward to being a part of that show.
Yeah, they're to me one of the most legit ones out there. Just because they show if nothing happens, and that's the reality of it, and that's why I really like them. They seem really genuine. They seem down to earth type people, and they don't come across to me as hoaxers at all. And there's a lot of them out there.
When I had Alex on the show, which is a great interview. If anybody gets a chance to see the show where we had Alex Petikoff on, I can't remember if I brought it up first or he brought it up first, but we had talked about it on the phone. We were talking, but he really makes the environment, the world that they're in, whatever environment, if it's Alaska or Oregon or wherever they're at, he makes it the co-star.
Right.
I mean, you really get the vibe of the world that they're in, and it's beautiful. Right. He does such a fantastic job. I'm a huge fan of what he puts together. So I'm looking forward to being a part of one of those projects. Yeah,
I've
absolutely amazing.
Through messages, we talked about feral chips and stuff like that, or pheromone chips, but it's almost to the point where it makes me jealous watching their videos. Because I'm like, man,
they're really. I try to emulate that. Really, actually, the first person that made me try to up my game in doing my videos when I am out in the field was Sasquatch Theory.
Right.
Miguel. Miguel is really good at what he does as making the environment the co-star, and he's great. We've had long conversations on the phone. Great guy. I wish I had that talent. I really wish I had that talent.
I talked to Miguel quite a bit, but they've kind of set the standard in a way, Small Town Monsters, because a lot of the people that's coming up now is trying to do the same thing that they did, like you, which is fine, whatever. But I think they're just so good at it. It's, and I love watching their stuff. And
they are.
Honestly, I'm not even thinking a lot about Bigfoot when I watch this stuff, because it's like it's almost like you're there, and
it's like watching National Geographic.
It is.
You know what I mean? You're part of a National Geographic film, and I don't want to be at their level. It just motivated me to up my game.
Right. Yeah. And
which we're going to do. Frank, you come here, and I'm telling you right now, Frank, hey, cut you off. I'm telling you right now, Frank, next weekend would be a good weekend to get out in the field. I'm just letting you know that.
You want me to be there? I'll be there.
Saying? If you want to, if you want to drive up, we'll hit the field, and I'll do nothing but film. See what I'm saying? I mean, I'll pop in and out every once in a while.
Well, off screen, I've been, because I'm not really. I'm just now on the YouTube stuff, but I've been getting cameras and stuff set up to where I want to be able to film this stuff when I go out. It's been very hard for me because I get caught up in watching everything, that I'm forgetting to look where I'm recording and stuff like that. And, but there's a talent to it, and I don't think I have it that great yet.
Frank, where are you at right now?
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I'm in South Florida now, like down in Homestead.
Okay.
Yeah. I grew up in Kentucky, Southeast Kentucky, but I've been down here for 12 years now.
Did you hear of Tennessee, Kentucky Bigfoot? That
What?
that guy?
No.
No. Yeah,
No.
he's a pretty cool dude.
Is that his name, Tennessee Kentucky Bigfoot?
No, that's what he goes by.
Right.
I think it's Lewis. I
I mean, he's
think.
good if he claims 2 states.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
But he
honestly,
seems
though,
like I've talked to him. He seems like a pretty good dude. I haven't met him, but yeah, I talked to him.
there's a
But
lot
yeah, I was
of
just
stuff
wondering
goes-
if you knew him.
No, there's a lot of stuff that goes on up there, man.
Yeah.
Kentucky is really crazy, and there's a spot that's like an hour distance from one spot. It's in the middle of the state, but if you go from where this spot is in Tennessee, it's like an hour drive to Kentucky, and both of those spots are like crazy hot. And you know, I remember the first time I went to this place, I took a picture of the road because I'm so used to Florida where it don't matter what time it is, somebody's on the road, a lot of cars.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I get up there and I'm driving
always.
and I take a picture and I posted it, and people were like, "Is it a ghost town?" Because there wasn't nobody on the road. I mean, this is like 4 o'clock in the day. I'm driving
Wow.
for miles and never see a car, but there's a lot of stuff up there. But I'm gonna have to check him out because I like being anything in the mountains. I'm attracted to because I grew up in the mountains, but there's a lot of stuff
Hey,
that goes on there.
You guys keep talking. I got to go to the bathroom.
Yep. So how big do you think? I mean, I want to hear about the second one too, but the first one, like, what do you think the size and stuff was?
I'm thinking either at least 350 to 400 pounds, 7 to 8 foot. The shoulder length from shoulder to shoulder was, gosh, I'd say at least 3 foot.
Yeah.
It's just a bodybuilder. Just a huge. Now, the hair on top of his head, down the side, down the shoulders and arms and legs was very full, thick. 4 to 6 inches. I would assume the hair, the length of the hair, but the chest and stomach, it had hair on it, but not so much.
Right.
I could see the dark gray skin underneath it.
Right.
His hands were like leather, dark gray. Well, the one I could see very plainly was his left hand, was facing I was in a Ford Ranger, a 2000 Ford Ranger. This is in 03, January of 03. It was January 4th, 03. It was a Saturday morning. And he didn't move. And when I'm kind of got out of the shock of seeing it, I looked forward because I was on 301. And then even though it was early in the morning on Saturday, I didn't want to get head on collision. So I looked to make sure nobody's coming. Right. And I looked back real quick to see what that creature, because I caught it that was in 03 until 2014, I think it was. I didn't even know what it was.
Right. Was you into anything?
But I'd seen it. It ran behind me into the bushes, and I didn't see him, but I seen the bushes move, and that's within a second. Because all I did is I looked forward, I looked at where it was, whatever the creature was, and I looked at my rearview mirror, and I seen the bushes moving, so it shot behind my vehicle, my truck. Very fast. So somebody in a costume. Well, not, early in the morning like that. It's just not, no, it wasn't.
Well,
but we both had the same look at each other. We were looking at it like, what are you?
Right. Now,
so
was you into Bigfoot or anything at this time?
No.
No.
Like I say, if this is considered a podcast, this is like my 13th or 14th podcast now. But, everyone I say, I didn't believe in it. I've heard when I was a kid in Maryland, I think I heard one time that it was something out in California.
Was that your first podcast?
No, you were
Okay.
my
The hell was you
third.
then?
All right.
Don't
But
care.
I was well. If it makes you feel better, I was still nervous. But no, I'm not. I'm not nervous about
No, it
it. And
doesn't.
matter,
Doesn't make me feel better at all.
I'm going to be the first one to get up on stage at the convention, the conference next year. I already talked to RPG
Yeah.
twice about it, and yeah, I'm going to get up. He said we'll make it happen because just this past time there was a guy, the first one up there, is talking about a white Bigfoot. I'm like, oh golly, who wants to go after? I don't want to go after that. So, and I told him, RPG was like, you should have went anyway.
Right.
No,
But
you made the right call.
yeah, I
right
didn't
call.
want. I want to be the first one and get it out of the way. And I had no problem. He goes, were you scared? I said, I'm not scared of talking in front of people. I don't want to pray in front of people, but I can talk in front of people. But
Yeah, I'm not scared of talking in front of people. I'm just scared of being naked in front of people.
Yeah, that'd be embarrassing.
I'd be scared.
Well, it depends on your perspective.
I'm 62, so yeah, that'd be terrible. Everything's not right.
I'm not used to seeing myself on camera, so like I don't have, I just be myself because, I to be honest, I don't really like seeing myself on camera. It's weird.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is what it is. If you're gonna get out there and search, I at least want to be able to, if I do get that shot or if I do get that video, it's not that I'm trying to like be popular by no means. I could care less about any of that. But
Right.
if I get the shot or whatever and I decide to put it out there, I want to be able to back it up with everything that they need. If they're, you know what I'm saying, like what they were talking about earlier. Where's the timestamp? Where's all this stuff? Where's the original? And that's why I would record.
Yeah.
But it's, man, a lot of the stuff that happens, it happens just like bam, and it's over. And I don't know. What was your second? How'd your second one go?
It was I was in another vehicle. At the time I had an SUV and I was going early Saturday morning, and I was going to my buddy's his father's houseboat out in Lake Hatchinahall, and it's about an hour away from me east. So I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. We were going to do fiberglass, and it's a huge houseboat that's on what's the name? In a barge. The barge floated barge. Yeah, it's really big. So I wanted to get out there early in the morning to get all set up. So I'm riding out there, and about just before 7 o'clock. This was the week before, had to have been that Saturday before Thanksgiving in 2016. And I was on the last stretch. It's a long, if anybody's going to watch this later, they'll know there's a hill before the last mile or so, probably a mile and a half. And it was foggy that morning. And the fog on my SUV was at the top of my hood. So I had my low beams on, and I was going slow. And when I topped this hill, and you could see it's a straight shot to the lake little community, and I seen something right in the middle of the road, and what it looked like is a tree with moss on it, and that's what my mind was looking at. There's no trees close to that road. There's no trees. We can go back right today, go down that road. The closest tree is probably 60 yards off this road. They've got it cleared on both sides. Once the left side going toward that place, the left side's cow field, And the right side's got little, they put hog wire fence and little stop areas where you can go trail riding or walking or whatever.
Right.
So there's nothing in this road. So I'm not going fast. Like I said, it was foggy, and I kept staring at it. So I'm trying to rationalize what in the world is sticking up in the middle of the road. And this was, like I said, about 3/4 of a mile away or whatever. And I'm seeing this, and I'm getting closer. So I'm thinking, well, it's foggy. There's a lot of trucks, and I'm thinking of an accident. It must have been a accident with a log truck is coming to mind, and one sticking up in the air. Like, and this is, I'm trying, like I say, I always try to rationalize things. So, yeah. So I'm getting closer. I'm like, oh, let me hit the bright lights. I'm close, I'm probably 100 to 150 yards from it. At this point, when I'm cruising, I hit my bright lights. It drops. I got to look at it. It drops down and shoots to the left of my, of my view.
Now, when you say it dropped,
and like a cartoonish fast, it was very, very fast.
did it drop on all four, or did it just duck and run?
It got into fog and I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Because the fog was, like I said, it was 4 feet up on where the fog was setting on this creature was at his knees.
Right. Okay.
This is how tall this thing was. It was very, very tall.
What color?
It was tan to light colored tan.
Right.
Two-tone.
Right.
I had people telling me that it's probably a dog man because Sasquatch is not, it was skinny. This was not bodybuilder. This was very skinny, hairy, but very tall. And I wouldn't put it past it if it was 12 feet tall. I would not. It was very tall. Like I said, the fog on his leg was at his knee.
And you said it was that, and you said earlier when you came in, the fog was above your headlights, right?
Yeah, it was right at the top of my hood on my SUV.
What is that, 3.5, 4 feet?
It was 4 feet. I actually measured it. It's right at that on my SUV. It was 4 feet.
So you take that, and that his knees. Yeah, that's huge.
It's tall.
But even with you saying it's skinny, it's still big. You know what I mean? Like,
it's
to
big.
us,
Yeah.
But again, it's South Florida or Florida. Florida's hot, and a lot of it are skinny down here. But most of the reports that I read and hear about is road crossings. That's probably 80% of the encounters that people see.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the things I brought up in the past, that when you see one of these things, it's happenstance.
Yeah.
You're at the right place at the right time.
Have you ever been back in that area just to look around? Or is it? I guess you can't get on there. I guess if it's cattle farm and stuff like that.
No. We got me and my buddy Wayne. It's actually the son of the guy that owned the houseboat. We actually went back. I guess it's been three or so years, and we went on the trails. Remember, I said it was they got little areas where you can park and walk. Well, we did at about the area where I seen it, and we just to walk it, and I didn't see anything. So we just went to the bar. But it's an interesting place. Another resident of that area told me there's absolutely them tall creatures are back there. This guy, and he's down to earth. He don't lie. He's just very honest dude. And and he didn't. I wasn't even talking to him. I was talking to somebody else about it, and he kind of says, he goes, "Yeah, John." His nickname's Possum, so I can tell him that. But he says, "Yeah, John, there are things like that down here. I've seen them."
Possum.
So yeah, his nickname was Possum. Cool dude though, really cool dude.
Well, but but just you saying that, that's the people that you want to hear from. People that it's
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, he's
And
very honest.
right.
Yeah.
Well, did it open your mind to a whole new
That's like
thing?
me. Everybody knows.
Yeah. Well, let me back up. Before I seen the second one, I think it was 2014. I started getting on YouTube and listening to stories. So I've about Sasquatch, Sabe. I don't like to call them Bigfoot. It's just condescending because they are a
Right. I agree.
humanoid vehicle, a person. So,
I agree. I mean, I don't like saying it either, but it just comes
yeah,
out.
I know. Well, people don't know. I talked to somebody
Yeah, I
actually
mean,
today.
it becomes.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, because you got to. It's a cultural thing. I mean, we call it Bigfoot because that's just the
Right.
easiest thing to say. If you're in Florida and you see this thing, technically you should call it by three things:
Yeah.
either skunk ape,
Skunk
Bigfoot, or Este
Wow.
Kapkaski, which is the Seminole name for large hairy man.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
But we use Bigfoot as just a general term. So I don't find it offensive. I understand it's kind of cartoonish, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, that's just what we have.
Yeah.
Once this thing is actually identified and disclosure is given and blah, 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 the scientists are going to change the name completely. They're going to come up with a scientific name for it, and that's what we're going to call it from then on out. So.
Oh, yeah. I want to go back. Frank, you asked me, did I believe in this thing? And no, before I seen it, I hunted with my father or friends or uncles since I was like 8 years old. And this, at the time I seen that, I just turned 39. And, so yeah, I didn't believe in it. I didn't know what it was. Like I said, until 2013 or 2014, when like I said, I got on YouTube and I was like, well, I heard of two white Sasquatch being, and they were both up north. And I'm like, well, maybe that's what I seen. Maybe that's what it is. Cause I just,
Right.
But yeah, I never heard of anything. Well, I never seen anything when I was hunting. I fished, rivers and lakes out in the middle of nowhere. And like I said, hunted and I should have seen something in all them years, but, I didn't. So yeah, it freaked me out. And like I said, I got on YouTube, got all the story. I was listening to a lot of stories, thousands of stories. And, I finally met, I wanted to go to my first conference in Ocala. I seen it on Facebook and I asked a question, where's a good place to stay or something up there? Cause I didn't want to drive, back and I wanted to stay up there. So, and the person that responded was Marie Dumont. And, that's, her asking me my story until today. Is it just me being on right here today? It's like therapy every single time I tell my story or hear somebody else's story. It's like therapy because it took 19 and a half years for me to tell somebody that I didn't even know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first time I met you was at Colt Creek when I drove up to spend the day with everybody at Colt Creek, and that's where I met you and John Stewart, John and what was the other guy? There was another guy there, but I met a bunch of people that day.
Steve.
And but I've seen you at the conferences. We've spoken at the conferences too.
Oh yeah.
Colt Creek's the place for me and my kids.
Stewart, right? Steve Stewart?
No, Steve. But, I can't think of his last name. He lives in Mount Dora. He's part of the BFRO.
Because
him and actually,
I think I've had him.
Bob knows him. Bob knows him very well. Marie Dumont's Bob.
Yeah.
So
I know you don't.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
they're buddy. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've been up in.
But that was the first time I met you guys was at Colt Creek, and I hadn't been to Colt Creek in a long time, and spent the day with you guys and stuff like that, and it was an enjoyable day.
Yeah.
I'm more of an individual because I research independently by myself, and there was a big crowd. I mean, there was 20, 25 people there, and it was hard when we went out into the woods to be around that many people. So I kind of broke away because if something's going to happen, or if Bigfoot's interested in what's going on, he's interested in this crowd, I want to be on the outside of the crowd to hopefully pick something up. You know what I mean? That was my idea, was to get away from the noise, because there was a lot of children, get away from the noise, and view it from the outside looking in. So I'd be like on the perimeter and stuff like that,
Well, see, that's
but
what
I didn't
happened.
get anything that day. There, nothing out of the ordinary or anything.
See, I went to Colt Creek because I've been watching YouTube and I'd heard stuff about them coming in and peeking on the crowds and stuff like that. So when we went up there, same thing, big crowd, but they all stayed down kind of close to the crapper house or whatever it is, where the toilets and stuff was.
Yeah.
And then,
Right.
They're all hanging out down there. So I put my tent way
the air conditioned toilet.
So I put my stuff way down on the other side, and I was pretty much the only one down there, and everybody was hanging out on the opposite side of the field down there by the fire pit and all that stuff. But my goal was, if anything's going to come, they're probably going to come from this direction because everybody's down here and it'd be easy. And when we got back from that, 30, 40 man march, when we got back, me and my kids was walking back to the tent, and we all seen it at the same time. They was big eyes, big amber looking eyes that was behind the tree, but it was only about my height. I'm 5'10", 5'11", and it was probably eye level with me, but it was just like swaying back and forth behind a tree like that.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Well, we watched it, and I thought, man, because I got there late and I didn't get time to get my gear on and stuff like that. So I turned to run to go back to my tent to get my thermal. And when I took off towards the tent, my oldest boy was like, "Oh well," it took off running. You could hear it splashing and tearing through the woods.
Oh wow!
The next day, that morning, we went out there to see if we could find any tracks or anything, and it was standing in probably knee-deep water, so you couldn't really see anything. But around 2:30 that night, my oldest boy, he's sitting there on his phone, trying to go to sleep, and I'm laying over there, and he says, "Dad," he said, "there's something walking around the." And I just blew it off because I figured, he's nervous or whatever. I was like, it ain't nothing. And he's like, "No, I'm serious." He said, "There's something around the tent." So I started listening, and you could hear footprints, like footsteps coming around the tent. And then it didn't last super long, but it probably lasted a good 10, 15 seconds. And then you didn't hear nothing no more. So I couldn't tell you.
Now, were you out with Marie Dumont when we went out?
It was one of hers, but I think it was 2023 or something like that.
So that was the cold night.
Yeah, it was cold. Yep.
Yeah, well, you were out. I was out there with you. I don't remember you, but I was out there.
Okay, yeah, I had a teepee tent way back in the far back.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. I remember the TP tent.
Yeah.
The morning or the night when you said you seen that activity, something woke me. Something bumped against. I had a cot up against my tent in the back part of my tent, and something bumped that cot. Bumped it and woke me dead out of sleep at like 3:30, 4 o'clock that morning. And I just got to sleep probably an hour ago.
Right.
So,
it was around 2:30, 3 o'clock when this happened to us. And we heard footsteps come by the tent, and it startled my son. Wow. And then it must have just kept walking, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't like it walking around my tent, but it went by my tent because when the one that we seen that took off tearing through the woods, there was somebody had a hammock out in the woods right there, and it ran towards that way. I don't know if they was in it when it, but they was like right there in the direction that it took off. But I don't know if they was in it when it happened.
Yeah, that was Jeff. He
Jeff?
came up. Yeah, this guy. I don't remember his last name, but yeah, he's one of my Facebook buddies. He's like a homeless dude, but he rode his bicycle the day before from Tampa all the way up to Coal Creek.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was like,
that's dedication.
but he told a crazy story.
Frank,
Yeah.
have you ever been to the location of the 168?
I don't know what that is.
You remember?
Hold on, you're cutting out. Say what now?
Yeah, Richard, you're cutting out a lot. He froze. He's froze now.
Yeah, I think we got a storm.
You're good now.
Yeah.
Have I ever been where?
Let me try again. Frank, have you ever heard?
Have I ever heard?
Yes, and then he freezes up.
It don't want me to know.
No, it don't want you.
He's froze on a phone.
Have you ever heard of the 168?
No.
No, he said no.
168. I'm gonna have to look that up.
The 168 was Kerry Arnold's documentary, where he brought together a bunch of different researchers to film 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hence the number 168. And it's a really unique area.
Okay.
So if you ever want to get,
Is it up that way? Around
Dupree.
Creek?
Yeah,
Oh,
out
okay,
there
gotcha.
at J.W. Corbett and Dupree area.
Okay.
We have to take a day and go out there and stuff like that. You'll actually enjoy that very much. That was the actual area, a very, very first
encounter.
You froze up again, Richard.
I'm gonna start talking like, can you? Right.
Can you? No,
Right. Yeah. You're good. Right. No.
Oh no.
That would be a place I would check out, and then that one I told you in Polk at that campsite, we got to go there too, because that one was within a year, and that one came from a reliable resource that they didn't post on the BFRO or anything. They reached out to me personally because I'm down in this area, and they said that they was at this campground in Polk, which I gave you the location, and they smelled an odor, like a really strong rotten meat, nasty odor, and the husband smelled it stronger than the wife, but when she noticed it, she brought it up, and I guess when he started looking around, he caught it walking by. I mean, it was in the woods, but he caught a glimpse of it walking, and that's a place I want to go check out, just because it's a primitive campsite. And I believe that they hang around these campsites and wait for people to leave and try to go and see if they left any food or anything like that, and maybe kind of sneak in and steal stuff, which you hear all the time. But, Todd mentioned it earlier, talking about the population and stuff. I don't know how many they are, but there has to be quite a bit in Florida. You know what I mean? Like, Because you get so many ones that's got different toes, 3 toes, 4 toes. You know what I'm saying? They get into all this stuff, and then and I'm like, just like what they posted in the hunting regulations of the lower Swanee, you can't take one, and then they'll tell you, oh, we put that there so people can read it. I don't believe that. I believe they put it there just in case something happens. They can say that, hey, well, it's in here, so you can't, you're not supposed to do it. Mm-hmm. And I just think that kind of right there where you're at, from Green Swamp all the way up into Citrus, all the way up into Gotha, like, I think that's a big area. I think that's a hot area. I was sitting in a place up in Citrus, and me and my buddy was sitting out there, camping. Nobody's out there. It was just us. And you got to walk about half to 3/4 of a mile into the woods to even get to the little campsite, because it's primitive. And we're sitting there cooking, and this dude comes walking by, and he don't look homeless, but he looks like he's like kind of like a naturalist, survivor-ish looking type. He had all the knife with the fire starter, and he looked rough, but he looked like he'd been outdoors a lot. And he said that he likes to go and whitewater rafting and go cave diving and stuff like that. And there's actually, they're not, I don't know how big they open up to, but the holes are not that big. But right there around Citrus, there's some caves in there that's because there's I guess there's a limestone mine in there. And, they got some of the places fenced off, saying that, they're protecting bats and whatnot. But never knew the guy. He didn't even know we were Bigfoot people. Like, we never mentioned anything about anything. He, as far as I know, he just walked up on 2 people cooking, And he said that there was a cave it's like a 40-foot drop that he wanted to. He dropped a rope he was going to rappel down to it and try to go in it. And he said as soon as he threw his rope over and his rope hit, he got this huge guttural growl. And he said it was like nothing he'd ever heard. He said it vibrated his bones. Well, we all know that bears don't growl. They huff. So what else would it have been? And it hit, like, soon as his rope hit, he heard it. And he was like, he was hinting around wanting to say it, but he was kind of scared to say it, because he didn't know who we were or anything like that. And he was like, oh, I don't think it was a bear. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, I just threw it out there. I said, well, it could have been a Bigfoot. He was like, that's what I'm saying. He's like, I think it was a Sasquatch. And I said, a Sasquatch? I thought he was mistaken. I thought he was mispronouncing Sasquatch, And I was like, a Sasquatch. He's like, yeah, it's Florida. It's Sam. I was like, oh, all right, But that's a place that I would like to do that. I would like to go down and find that place, because that's just one of those stories that, why would he even come in there and say something like that to 2 random strangers that he has no clue that we're Bigfoot, researchers? We didn't have no stickers, no nothing to show we're Bigfoot.
Well, that's why I brought up the 168.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the 168, because there's a homeless guy out there that lives in a tent, and he talks about sleeping in his tent and something coming in and rubbing his tent while he's sleeping in it.
Man, that'd be freaky. At Mammoth Cave, I had
it's happened to me.
We have one scream at us at Mammoth Cave, me and 2 others, and it freaked me out because it just came out of nowhere, and as soon as it screamed, the smell came in. And that night, I was laying in my tent, and something brushed up against my cot hard enough to where I kicked the side of my tent. You know what I mean? Like, because it was pushing my tent in, so I turned and kicked it. And, obviously I'm sitting there thinking, am I going crazy? Like, because here I am kicking my tent in the middle of the night. Like, am I freaking out or, what? But something pushed up on my tent. And when it did, it made like a huff sound, but it brushed up against my tent enough to where I kicked my side of my tent pretty hard, to make sure whatever it was felt me. And I never heard nothing else after it. I couldn't tell you what it is, but it was just odd that same night. And what was crazy is after that happened, we was probably a couple miles away from where we was camping at. It screamed. You heard this. You seen the smell. It screamed again. The smell came in so thick that you could taste it, and it lasted for about 15 minutes. And then we're therming. My thermal died, which never happens, but it was also cold. So the batteries ain't what they say. If they say they're charged, it's been sitting in cold weather, they're probably not fully charged unless you just, so that falls into play. My buddy, I handed it to him because I thought I seen a heat signature behind the tree, but it was, very vague. And I handed it to him, and he was looking in a different direction, and he said he thought he seen something poke around a tree. But anyway, when we left, it's a pretty good walk back, a couple miles. And when we got back to the campsite, we got that smell again. And it wasn't as thick, but it was vague. You just caught a whiff of it in this little area. But, we started thinking, well, maybe it followed us back, or whatever. But because, sometimes they tell you, instead of walking on the trail, go about 10, 15, 20, 30 yards off the trail and walk the trail, but walk it on the side, which, it's hard to do sometimes. But that was the first time I never packed. And the scream came within 30 yards, and as soon as it did, I jumped up to run, man. I ain't gonna lie, because I didn't have nothing to protect myself. And then I stopped because I thought, don't run. That's if whatever it is, if it ain't that, it may chase me, So I stopped and sat there for a minute, and you could hear stuff moving, but that same night, something rubbed up against my tent, and I kicked the far out of it, and whatever it was got a boot, But you hear about that, and there was a woman I listened to recently. She was homeless. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Frank.
No, there was a woman I was listening to recently. She made a 911 call because she was homeless, and she was, I don't remember what state she was in, but she was living in the woods off the side of a highway, and apparently she'd been living there for years, and she called 911, and on the 911 call, she says that she sees this thing. She don't know how to describe it. It looked like a big hairy person, and it was eating a dead deer that was out, just off from their tent. And it scared her because she'd never seen nothing like that, and it was close to her tent. And but she called 911, and when the cops showed up, they went looking around and didn't find anything. But for you to call 911 with that type of story, and you're homeless, and she just sounded real believable. But to think, you're sitting there, and all of a sudden you walk back to your tent, and here's this big massive animal sitting there just eating a dead deer. Anybody, to me, if you're calling 911, you're either freaking out or you really got something going on. And she didn't sound like she was freaking out. They said that she wasn't drinking. So that was an interesting story. And
I think that I heard that story. I could be wrong, but I think it was Pennsylvania. Because I remember hearing that story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another guy with her, and I don't know if they was just two homeless people hanging out, but
I don't know.
I know, he was saying the same thing, and they said, well, when the cops were coming, because she was trying to give them directions, hey, I'm just past this light to the right, about 40 yards in the woods, and they said, well, can you walk out to the road? That way you can flag them by. And she's like, I'm not getting out of my tent. She's like, I don't know what. She's like, I'm not moving until somebody. You know? And you kind of can't blame her if that was the case. But it's funny to me though how it's like kids. When you get scared, you put your head under the covers. It's like that tent ain't gonna do nothing if it wants to do. If it
Yeah, it's nothing. Even if it's a bear, that tent's nothing.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, I wouldn't. How many do you think would, if you had to just randomly throw out a guess, how many would you think's in Florida?
Me?
100.
Yeah, Jeff. Is it Jeff Meldrum that passed?
Mm-hmm.
He did a study. I think it was over 5 years study for all the analysis, fingerprints he's got, footprints, of course. He was up there. I think the first conference I went to. He's estimating Sasquatch, which is it's very much more than what he said. He said it was 368
for like the whole United States.
No, Florida.
Oh,
Florida, just Florida, and I think that's
Because when I talked to Jeff, he told me between 80 to 100.
on the presentation he did the first year I went up the conference, he said 368.
368.
I don't know how,
I don't remember the name of the group, but it was called the 7 Project. I don't know much about it, and I see you taking a breath, so you may know more about it than I do. But I know that what I'd read, and maybe they're full of crap. I have no clue. But they put out a thing where I guess the story that I read or heard them talk about was that they knew where a group of these things were, and they put these little radar. It's like trackers on burrs. That way, if they rubbed across it, it would pick up on them and they could track where they was going. And according to them, they had tracked a family group that was, I think, 7 or 8, and they tracked them and they was trying to like learn their migration patterns off of that. Now, whether it worked or not, I don't know, but I think it was called the 7 Project or the X Project or something. But obviously that would be a smart thing, but then you got to know that that's what's picking that up. You can't think, well, what if it's a bear or something rubs on it and walks somewhere? You would have to, in my opinion, you would have to know that you're putting them in a spot where they absolutely get picked up by a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
But I don't know enough about it, but something like that would be smart. But then again, you would have to absolutely know that's where they are, and I don't know if that's the case. But I'd like to read more into it and see what it's about. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't.
You,
No.
Rich? Have you ever heard anything about that, Rich?
Well, I'm getting a lot of distortion. I'm getting a lot of feedback here. So, no, I'll look into it. That's one of, if we'll talk on the phone and I'll be able to look into that particular thing. Right now I'm getting a lot of distortion. I'm not getting half of what you guys are saying. So maybe, I think it's StreamYard. It's not mine. My weather's cleared up and stuff like that. So, but,
yeah.
We might have to go ahead and end the show because I'm getting, like I said, everything is glitching right now. So, like right now, I don't even see Frank at all.
I think he turned off his camera.
No, I'm not showing that he shut off his camera.
Oh.
But like I said, there's somewhere I'm getting some glitching. And it shows my internet connection is really good, but I'm getting a lot of... See, I lost him. So it must have been on his end.
Okay.
The problem, because he started glitching and stuff like that, so it's probably on his end. So
Yeah.
but I'm going to go ahead and end the show, and because we've been
Well,
going for almost 4.5 hours.
yeah.
Go ahead,
Real
John.
quick. I'm gonna go up Georgia, the 21st to the 29th, I believe, at Johnny's area, real close to Johnny's area. But it's a little north of what his
Good.
county. And yeah, I'm going to do some deer hunting, but I'm also going to do some investigating out there at my buddy's property. Like I said, my buddy's got almost 40 acres of pine forest behind him, and he's got 17 acres on his house, and then I think 15 or 18 acres in front of him. So it's a really good area, and I did see something. But let Johnny know I'm going to be coming up up there like the 21st. Deer bow season starts at the 13th of September there, and I got a license to go, so I'm going to go up. Yeah, the following week. So whenever, I think it's the 21st to the 29th or something. But yeah, I'm going to go up there.
Yep.
Check it out. I would love to meet Johnny if he can make it over there, because he's just like I said, he's just a one county south of me. So, or my buddy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He is.
Yeah.
I would love
Johnny's
to
a
hear
great
more
guy.
stories. So I would love that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All right.
I'll reach out to him also. So
Yeah. He's actually opening up his property a little bit to have some people come on his property and do some investigation. So
I listened to that. He's he said very carefully. He's going to pick who goes in there on that property. So
Yeah.
it's very understandable. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like to talk to him. I love to go up there with him.
Absolutely.
Man, it'd be great. It'd be great. So yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on.
All right.
I appreciate it.
John, I'm this new year, I'm opening it up. If people want to jump in and stuff like that, we're doing that now. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you jumped in, and we got to talk for a while and stuff like that. It's, like you said, it's a Bigfoot conversation. That's what we talk about. So
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end the show because I got to walk my dog and get something to eat. So
yes.
But it was good talking to you, John.
All right, Richard. Take care. Love you, buddy. We'll see you.
All right, buddy. You take care of yourself.
Hey, sorry.
Yeah, we
man,
lost you there, man.
I
You just disappeared.
I thought it was plugged in.
Yeah, it was glitching a lot there, and then all of a
can't
sudden,
hear
well, you can't hear me, but I'm going to end the show. There you are. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm going to end the show. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. I'm going to end the show, and it was a great show. If any of you guys get a chance to watch it, Todd was amazing. He had to go early, but hopefully we'll have him back soon because there's some other areas I want to talk to and get involved in and stuff like that. Todd's a fantastic guy to pull information from. So if you guys get a chance to watch that, it's awesome. We also brought up some videos. If you guys want to watch those videos, they're in the show. Give me your input. Comment on the show and let me know what you think, because you'll hear our opinion on those videos, but I would love to hear your opinion. So I'm going to go ahead and go. I want to tell everybody to have a fantastic weekend. God bless each and every one of you guys, and we'll be talking to you soon. Take care, guys.